Soccer Sunday, today on ESPN at 4:30 Eastern, then on FS1 at 7 Eastern.
Well, welcome into MLS Soccer Sunday, Week 1 live from New York City. I'm Katie Witham. Welcome in. Thanks so much for joining us. We have a huge show for you today. We're just about to kick off the 21st season. We are going to be previewing all 20 teams. We have live look-ins and actions from 6 games over the next 4 hours. So sit back, relax. Hey, kick your feet up even, because we're about to get going.
20 seasons in the books. 20 champions, countless stars, goals, and memories.
It's headed home!
Each season, every team asks, could this be our year? Can we turn it around? Can we overcome?
Javinko!
Can we keep this up?
Portland Timbers!
New players, new coaches, the same goal. It all begins today. Week 1 on MLS Soccer Sunday.
Oh my God! That is absolutely exceptional!
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome into the MLSsoccer.com studios. I'm Russ Thaler, and we've got an amazing panel that's going to be here with you all afternoon long. The next 4 hours, we've got 6 games as we kick off the 21st season in Major League Soccer. Let's meet the cast, starting with player and coach. Jason Kreis, one of the great goal scorers in MLS history and one of the great coaches in Major League Soccer, coached RSL to an MLS Cup title in 2009, was the first ever head coach at NYCFC. Welcome aboard and welcome to the dark side.
Thanks very much for having me. It's actually nice to be out of my house and contributing to life in somewhat of a meaningful fashion, hopefully today. Really excited to be here.
We're happy to be contributing to that. Caitlin Carr is here, 8 seasons in Major League Soccer, and here you are now as a host on MLSsoccer.com, a media man.
I don't know if I would go that far yet, but yeah, making the transition, and pleasure to be here with the whole crew today.
Heath Pierce played in Major League Soccer and also for the U.S. national team, a defender, and today you will be defending your opinions as a member of Kick TV, and welcome to the season.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm really excited about the next 10 months. Obviously, the season couldn't have started soon enough, so I'm happy to be here amongst these great guests.
And we weren't able to give him his own armchair. He's got a love seat with Caitlin Carr, but that's okay. Matt Doyle, the MLS analyst, the armchair analyst, if you will. And I know you've been looking forward to this because you wrote a 6,100-page preview for this season.
Yeah, I've been grinding away on it. But you will be hearing from my agent about the lack of a proper armchair for this one. But no, it's exciting to be here and to kick off this season. My goal today is to be the Claude Makelele of this panel. I'm going to do the dirty work. I'm going to kick the ankles that need to be kicked, and I'm going to let you guys be the stars.
There you go. We get you an arm, and we got you a pillow. So
fair enough.
I think you'll be able to handle that. Look, we got a lot coming at you over the next 4 hours. We've got 6 games, as we mentioned. We're previewing every team in Major League Soccer. As we go through and watch the games, we'll be talking about those teams and others. We have boots on the ground in Chicago and also Portland as the Timbers open up with an MLS Cup rematch against Columbus Crew. Live look-ins from all 6 games that are going on while we're on the air. And Peter Walton, we're having a ref come in. He's coming in from the airport right now, and he's going to have to face the music. He's the general manager of Pro, the head of the referee stuff. But let's get this thing going because we're starting up. And opening days, and Jason, you're the only guy. Before we get to that, we got Diego Pinzon. How could I forget Diego Pinzon from Football MLS? Greetings, Diego.
Hello, Ross, everyone in the studio, and all of you watching on MLSsoccer.com, ESPN3, Fox Sports Go, and the Sky Sports digital platforms in the UK. We're very glad that you could join us for this Soccer Sunday celebration. We'll be watching the first half of today's games with you. And remember to have fun and enjoy everything that we have prepared for you. In the meantime, I'm going to keep an eye on everyone on the control room while you guys start breaking everything down.
All right, Diego, keep those guys in line. We've got a great slate of soccer going on for the Week 1 schedule. This is the whole thing. And again, national broadcasts in Canada on TSN, FS1, ESPN, Unimas, and also, remember, Sky Sports has games as well. It'll all wrap up late tonight on Unimas with LA Galaxy and DC United. It's opening kickoff for year 21 in Major League Soccer. You've done it as a coach and as a player. What's the difference?
You know, I think both occasions, you got a lot of nerves are involved, and anytime you're involved in a first match of the season. But the one thing that was always nice as a player was that you felt like you could have some direct influence on the proceedings in the match. As a coach, you do all your work in the preseason, and once the game starts, you just kind of hands off and letting the guys play.
Yeah, it's a pretty helpless feeling for the coaches out there. Hey, we are not helpless at all because you're going to be with us all the way with the hashtag Soccer Sunday. And in the social lounge, we got Katie Witham here today as well. Hey, Katie.
Hey, Russ. Russ. Thank you so much. We got a lot going on in the social lounge because we've got this guy, the one and only Kevin Brown. You are going to be manning the computer, the interwebs, I should say, and we've already got some stuff coming in.
Yeah, I will be here all day monitoring everything you do and all your nonsense with hashtag Soccer Sunday. Make sure you follow MLS on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, and if you try to holler at Kalen Carr, hit that man up on Tinder. We'll also have social media correspondents at every stadium today, and I'm learning a lot about the fans so far early this season.
There's been a lot going on already, too.
Yeah, people are using hashtag Soccer Sunday, and I see like the fans in Orlando are really flaunting their warm weather situation. There's an odd love for small dogs happening in Portland that's a little bit disturbing. And my people, the fans at Red Bull Arena, are doing a good job of drinking like a liquid breakfast. I appreciate that. And guys, breaking news. Sam's Chowder House in Palo Alto is offering specials to Quakes fans.
Whoa.
Nice.
Whoa. Well, before
That's
you guys
Free
get
chowder?
your free chowder, you want to catch those out-of-market games, make sure you log into MLS Live. You can get all the information at live.mlssoccer.com. Russ, you've got an account, I know.
I do. In fact, I do. And I don't need to watch it today because I'm here watching all of it with everybody. But we actually have breaking soccer news as well. Kaká ruled out of the opener for Orlando City SC with a thigh contusion. So that'll affect your MLS fantasy teams. We're all doing the fantasy today, right?
We're all doing the fantasy teams. I did not pick Kaká, but I might have made a mistake by taking John Goosens from the Fire. I don't know if his ITC has come through yet. If it has, he'll start at the number 10 position. If it hasn't, then I have dead weight on my fantasy team.
Okay, well, there you go. So, I had Kaká in. I had to switch him out. But Javinko's in there for me. He's my captain, so we're all good. Hey, look, remember I said boots on the ground? Well, in Portland, Julian Sakovits is there. Kristen Kenny is in Chicago, and that's where we begin.
Two new coaches face off today at Toyota Park, bringing their international style to MLS. For Chicago, Pano has completely overhauled his roster, but has already seemed to find that chemistry early on. His team went 3-0 in the preseason. In fact, he told me yesterday his team stayed together in a hotel in Chicago to further build that chemistry before kickoff today. Now for New York City, Patrick Vieira, he inherits a stacked roster. But the question is, will he find that winning formation? We'll see. Now let's head to Portland to Jillian.
Thanks, Kristen. The expectations here in Portland are high, although the question has changed from can they do it to can they repeat it? I spoke with Nat Borchers yesterday, who told me that one thing he thinks that this squad was lacking last season was confidence and credibility, and that's all changed now coming into this new season as MLS Cup champions. The one thing, though, that's never a question is this fan base's undying support and unwavering support of this franchise. I drove by here yesterday, and some of them had been camped out since Thursday, waiting to make sure that they were some of the first people in here for the MLS Cup rematch, and that'll be on ESPN here in the U.S. Russ?
All right, Jillian, thank you very much, and here we go. Let's start it up with the defending MLS Cup champs, Portland Timbers. And a year ago at this point, you didn't have Portland winning it all, did you?
No, absolutely not. And to be honest, and it's no disrespect to Caleb Porter because he's a great coach and now he's proven it, and I don't really think he cares about my opinion at this point. But I thought there would be a closer chance to him being let go and a coaching change than them actually winning an MLS Cup. But they did it.
And that's the thing. He made a great adjustment late in the season. Beginning of October, they were below the red line. They were outside of the playoffs looking in. They switched to that 4-3-3 with Diego Chara holding and allowing Nagbe and Valeri to go forward and just be who they are. It changed their season, and that, I mean, to me, that's what led to the Cup. And you have to make adjustments like that during the year.
I'm interested to see what happens on that left flank, though. They lost Rodney Wallace.
Yeah.
He was a big piece, obviously getting the MLS Cup winning goal. A guy they brought in, though, who I really like is Jack McInerney. He's only 23 years old. I think people have kind of lost sight of him because he's moved teams a bunch, but he's got 38 goals in his career already. I think he could be a real pickup for them.
Jason, how difficult is it for a head coach to make a dramatic shift in the way you play late in the season?
It's difficult, and it takes some guts because you've been probably preaching a system and a style for an entire preseason and an entire first half of the season. And in order to change that during the year, sometimes it can look like you're not agreeing with the way you've set out. But I think it's a bold decision that he made, and I think it was an exact right one because it put Darlington Nagbe, I think, where he needed to be, where he could be in a position to have more influence on that team. And I think because of his really raising his game was a big reason why they won.
there's always been expectations on Darlington Nagbe, but how much pressure is on Nagbe now this year that they've won the Cup with him playing such a vital role?
Well, obviously he's got aspirations of being a national team starter and a star, right? And so now he's got to be able to turn good parts of a season and sections of a season into full seasons of high-level performance, of being able to take over games. Not that he has to put up certain numbers every day, but he's got to be able to contribute and be dangerous week in and week out.
And that's the thing. We were watching the replay of MLS Cup before, and he was making great fouls. And that's, I mean, it sounds stupid, but you have to be able to make great fouls to prevent breakaways if you're a central midfielder. I did not know he had that in him. I did not know he would be that ruthless, but he absolutely was down the stretch. Obviously, Portland fans are excited about it. I think national team fans should be excited about that as well. And we'll see
it all switched when he came into the middle of midfield, right?
Yep.
They were using him as a winger. He's not a winger.
No.
Once he comes in the middle, his game completely changed. He could be a lot more direct, find those kind of in-between spaces, and I think that's where he found success.
All right, we got to move on to the social lounge now and check in with the people. Katie, what's happening?
Thanks, Russ. Well, you heard the guys talking about the Portland Timbers. They are going to continue to break down the Western Conference, but we want to hear from you guys. Kevin, we need to put him to work over here. They need to use the hashtag Soccer Sunday. Are we seeing anything about the West right now?
We've seen a lot of people with homages to Caleb Porter to make him look like he just found out that Panera Bread was going out of business, which seems really upsetting. We've also learned that...
Who doesn't like Panera Bread? Come on.
We've learned that New England Reds fans are the masters of art that's creative but borderline creepy.
Okay. All
and
right.
it appears that Jay Stuckey has not been told that the savior of his club is now done.
Well, the fans are clearly excited about this season. I'm excited, too, because the Audi Player Index will be happening this year. The Audi Player Index is a new form of soccer intelligence that's absolutely revolutionizing the way we view and follow the game. You can get more information by heading to MLSsoccer.com/Audi for more info. While you're there, you can also take the Audi Soccer IQ quiz. Kevin, you were taking that earlier, weren't you?
Yeah, I took it, and obviously because I know everything, I got a perfect score.
A perfect score.
We could display my answers up here, but that would be, kind of like match fixing, and from what I hear, that's like frowned upon.
Yeah, okay. Well, there was one tough question, though, wasn't there?
It's my favorite statistic. I want to see who out there knows the answer, and of course, send it to us with the hashtag Soccer Sunday on Twitter. I want to know, who do you guys think is the MLS all-time leader in red cards, and why is it not Rafa Marquez?
That is a tough question. Well, you guys can log on right now, take that quiz yourself. In the meantime, check out a sneak peek at the Audi Player Index.
On the pitch, every action counts. Behind every goal is a pass, tackle, or challenge. And behind every play is a player helping their team win. As longtime lovers of the sport, Audi has set out to measure over 2,000 different player actions with a new groundbreaking statistic that quantifies nearly every moment of Major League Soccer matches. Now introducing the Audi Player Index, a new form of soccer intelligence. It starts with an action, such as a shot or a save. Where did the shot come from? Was it inside the box or outside? Was this a run-of-the-mill standing or a stooping save? Or did the keeper dive or reach, barely keeping the ball out by the skin of his fingertips? Now let's take another look, breaking down the points behind an assist. First, we look at the zone on the field where the action takes place. Then we look at the position of the player. And then we look at the amount of positive impact the play has on the team's success. Once that information is tabulated, we then evaluate each player's action on technique, dynamics, and efficiency, resulting in an individualized Audi Player Index score. Now let's look at a goal. Now imagine that there are over 2,000 individual actions on the field in any given game. That is a lot of information and a lot of opportunities to evaluate the game, which is exactly what we will do each game of the MLS season. Now you'll be able to follow the game in a whole new manner. Visit MLSsoccer.com/Audi to find out more. The Audi Player Index, a new form of soccer intelligence.
Well, welcome back. I'm hanging with the guys. We've got about 15 minutes until kickoff in Red Bull Arena, New York, hosting Toronto. But guys, before the break, we were quizzing the fans, and I'm going to quiz you. Who has the most all-time red cards, Jason? It's not you, right?
It is not
It
me,
can't be
for
you,
sure.
right?
I think it's Heath Pierce.
It could be.
I got one red card, and that was to end actually my MLS career.
That's
so.
Really? What happened? They kicked you out? It was so bad.
Yeah, so, yeah, it was so bad they gave me a red card, but we've got Peter Walton coming in to talk about that specific incident.
There
I've
we
got
go.
to talk to him about
My guess was Jameson Olave.
No.
No.
You might have to get on and actually take the quiz
Okay.
so we can,
Tell us who it was.
beef up the info.
Who was it?
Clint Mathis, 9 red cards. I mean, that's pretty impressive, right?
Fueled
guys?
by Doritos and Dr. Pepper.
I know, right? So much more to come to on the show. These guys are going to break down the Eastern Conference. We want to hear from you. Make sure you're using the hashtag Soccer Sunday. But, Russ, you were knee-deep in the Western Conference, so please continue.
We're talking about the champs, and I'm sure Portland winning it resonated a little bit to the north. Let's stay in Cascadia and talk about the Seattle Sounders, because you have a big going. That's Obafemi Martins, who's going to be in China. And you had Jordan Morris, a kid that you saw when you worked with the U.S. national team in January camp. What did you think of him?
Big potential in this kid. I really like what he's about. He's got a great mentality and I think a ton of talent. But he's young, and I'm a little concerned that we're putting so much pressure on him and doing so much talking about such a young player.
What was interesting to me against Club America for Seattle, they're switching to a 4-3-3. So he's actually playing on the wing in sort of the same role that Ethan Finley plays for Columbus. And I think Morris is going to do a lot of the stuff Finley does in terms of stretching the field. But Seattle needed him to come back at times and be a little narrower and help in possession, and he just didn't have that yet.
No, definitely not his natural position. I think that's going to require some transition as well. So I think it's a difficult situation to have a first-year player that's coming into the league, trying to transition to a new league, new physical league in MLS, playing professionally week in and week out over a long season, and then asking him to play in what I think is not a natural position for him. But as I said, he's talented, he's smart, and he's motivated, so I think he'll get it.
Heath, you've played a lot of positions. What's Brad Evans going through switching around there with Seattle?
Well, one, it keeps it fresh for you as a player. You get to learn something new. It's stimulating in a good way, but it is also nerve-wracking in a lot of ways because you have to take on a new role. You have to learn sort of from scratch. But one of the upsides of it is that you get to direct guys in positions that you've played before, so you know how to move them around. You know how to make the game easier in front of you. And now that he's a center back, it gives him a good position of the field to be able to direct a lot better.
And you go to the other side of the field. Clint Dempsey finally had an off season. How's that going to affect him now as we head into the regular season?
Yeah, I saw him in LA actually at the media marketing thing, and he looked just relaxed. Like this is the first time he didn't have to go to January camp. No beep test, which I'm sure is always a bonus.
Jason won the beep test at January camp.
I believe
that's
correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Nice. Well, he I think you see him fresh. He's already off to a good start. You saw that free kick he did in Champions League, and I think it's going to pay dividends for Seattle in a big way.
Now, Seattle's a perennial contender in the Western Conference. We were asking you guys who you thought was the top of that conference. And Kevin, what are the people saying, if anything?
We got more questions than answers. A true believer asked the thoughts on the LA Galaxy and their ability to go all the way this year. Is it the right time for them, or are they too old? He thinks it could go either way. Personally, I think the Galaxy have built the most loathsome, hateable roster that's ever been assembled in Major League Soccer. So.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good question. You know, we're going to hit one more team, and then we're going to get to the Galaxy, because I want to wrap up Cascadia. So let's go to Vancouver here, because that's a team that looked so good, Kalen, for a lot of the year last year, and then they stopped scoring goals.
Yeah, they dropped off, but that happens throughout the course of a season. You want to see if you can prime, obviously, late in the year. I still feel like they had a good chance in the playoffs. Kekuta Mane is the guy, I think, who is really the key for them this year. I think he can take a big step forward. Him getting hurt in the playoffs really turned the tide, and but I think he's going to have a big season.
He was awesome those first 30 minutes against Portland, and once he went out, they were done. But even more important than Mane, to me, is Pedro Morales. When he was on the field, they were an elite team, arguably the best in the league. When he was off the field, they were below mediocre, and they still don't really have a backup for him. They do have a backup for Octavio Rivera, who I think will be better in year 2. They brought in Masato Kudo from the J League. A guy has about 100 goals in his career. They also have Blas Perez, an old favorite of mine, to teach the kids the dark arts. This is a deep team, but Morales is the key.
How much pressure is there on Vancouver now to take that next step? For Carl Robinson, who's building this team? Is it now, or do they still have, can you still say, yeah, we've got a couple years with this?
No, I think it's time. I think that he's in his third year as the full-time head coach there, and I think he's got a young team that has performed pretty admirably and been exciting to watch. But from my point of view, young teams are exciting, but oftentimes when the pressure is the highest is when they struggle to perform a little bit. And I think that was a big factor why they really fizzled out at the end of last year. But that young team should have energy and should have ability to do some special things this year.
Well, L.A., and it was brought up by Kevin earlier and someone on Twitter, the time is now. You're bringing in guys who are over 30 years old, the likes of Ashley Cole and De Jong and Van Damme. You put them with Robbie Keane, and Gerrard's already out there. I mean, what's going on with this team? What does that tell you?
Well, I think that's going to be Bruce Arena's hardest test of his managerial career. I think it's going to be hard for him to manage egos. I think it's going to be hard for him to pull that team together and fit into one lineup as well as play together and for each other. It's a different system, so he's got a mix of MLS veterans, international veterans. It's going to be interesting to see if he can pull it together.
Kalen, can you have too many stars on one team?
Wait a minute, let's ask Jason.
What's the hard? I will ask you this. What's the hardest part about managing guys who've had big-time success in other places?
I think it is about putting them together. It is about trying to get those players to play for a common cause. And what is that? I mean, these players have done some really incredible things in their career. So ask yourself a question, whether a player that's been in the European Champions League or won a World Cup is going to come to MLS and be really motivated by winning an MLS Cup. That's a big question to ask.
And guys over 30 in Dallas could actually be the parent of a lot of players who play for Oscar Pereja. And Dallas is a team that many consider to be near the top of the Western Conference. How about you? What do you think of Dallas's chances? And
I think they're probably the Supporters' Shield favorites. They missed out on goal differential last year. I think they're better this year. They got Maxi Urruti, who I mean could make a run at the Golden Boot, and they have my favorite player in the league, Mauro Diaz. The guy is killing. He's magic. He really is.
Yeah, he's unreal. I think he's also still hasn't seen his best yet. I think the best is still to come for him.
It's another player, by the way, though, that hasn't been healthy for an entire season. If he can stay healthy, I agree with you 100%. I think this is an MVP candidate.
How long are we going to see Fabian Castillo playing in MLS?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, I know there's a lot of interest in him. He's going to have, I would expect, a strong start to the season. Hopefully he'll get into the Copa America squad, be able to, boost his value, and then we'll see what happens on the business side. Of course, it comes down to a lot of factors like money and opportunity.
But let me ask you, does this affect the locker room? If everybody looks around and say, you know what, this guy's maybe thinking about moving to Europe?
I think it'll show in the first few games that he has, whether his mind's somewhere else or not. I think he knows he has to prove himself over the next short window just to get that move, or the move that he essentially wants or ideally wants. So
I think guys understand that, you want to move on in your career. I played with Jeff Cameron during that season when he got transferred to Stoke, and it depends on the guy. If the guy shows up and he's professional like Jeff was and can help the team, like these are often the best players, so you're going to rely on them. But I think it really comes down to his effort, his attitude in training, and it'll show in games as well.
Is this you saying that you're moving up to ESPN after this?
This is a nice set.
This is legit right now. This is legit. Hey, look, let's see if FC Dallas fans are making any waves on social media with Kevin and Katie.
Well, we've seen them representing their gear so far. Some of the ladies bringing out their Dallas Till I Die outfits, which I like that. Anything else that I love it. I need a shirt like that.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of optimism in Dallas, and I'm a little concerned about the stability of Dallas fans because H.C. Enriquez says, like the feelings I have for the Dallas Cowboys, this is the season for FC Dallas that will bring home the championship, and I wonder, has this man ever seen the Dallas Cowboys? I don't know if I believe in jinxes, but I think H.C. Enriquez may have just cursed FC Dallas for the rest of the season.
All right, guys, we are just under 7 minutes until kickoff in Red Bull Arena. For now, though, we'll send it back over to you, Russ.
Have to get to the Eastern Conference soon enough, but let's fly through the rest of the West, and let's welcome in Diego Pinzon, who comes in from the control room, and let's start you up. Sporting Kansas City, Justin Mapp is in, Brad Davis is in. What does that do to their attack?
It will definitely bring them more depth into the midfield. I think there were moments last season where they were lacking of competitiveness in that area specifically. But the biggest concern for me has to be a partner up top for Tom Dwyer. Christian Nemeth moved to Qatar. And Peter Vermes has said that he's actively looking for someone else in the international market. And I think this additions of Mapp and Davis will give Benny Feilhaber more responsibilities in the attack. And that could prove fruitful for Kansas City, at least in the first half of the season.
All right, big ups to RSL fans for showing up in droves for their CCL matchup. Big drop-off in production recently for this team. How does Real Salt Lake, Jason, get back into playoff contention?
For me, it's about form and fitness and consistency. And I still believe that the spine of RSL is very strong. With Nick Rimando, Jamison Olave, Kyle Beckerman, Javier Morales, and now the addition of Yurimov Sissi this year, the central part of their team is very strong. When you add in players like Plata and Martinez to that group, I think you've got a much improved team for 2016. But they're going to need to stay healthy, they're going to need to stay fit, and they're going to need to perform to the best of their abilities.
And another club that has had success in the past but hasn't been performing to that level recently, Houston Dynamo. What's the expectation this year?
Playoffs. They've missed it the last 2 seasons. I know this fan base is dying to get back into the playoffs, but they're under a little bit of transition. I think Jason's a perfect example of him being at Salt Lake and then leaving. There's a big transition, and Dom had his hands on everything in Houston. So now it's Owen Coyle's team. It's his 2nd year. I think you'll see him start to put his imprint on the squad. And they've got some weapons up front. They still got Giles. They still got Will. And those are some nice pieces to play with.
And that Dom you speak of is Dominic Kinnear, who's back in San Jose for a 2nd year and another stint here. Where do they stand in the pecking order right now after having barely missed the playoffs last year?
Yeah, barely missed, and they will be in this year because I look at that roster, and are they 5 points better than last year? Absolutely they are. They have Annabelle Godoy for a whole year. They have David Bingham, who was very good last year, in his 2nd year as a starting goalkeeper. They've added a couple good pieces like Simon Dawkins and from Panama, but mostly it's Wando and Quincy Amarikwa. Quincy Amarikwa was really good when he came mid-season. 17 games, 6 goals, 4 assists, 3 drawn PKs. He is maybe the best diver in the league, which matters.
You say that with affection.
I really do. I like watching them. I don't think a lot of neutrals will feel the same way, but hey, the league needs a black hat, and I think they'll wear it.
Colorado Rapids are looking for reasons to watch them. We've been hearing rumors about different players coming into this team. Tim Howard, birthday boy, by the way. Happy birthday, Tim Howard, has been the name that came up a lot. And then all of a sudden, almost out of nowhere, they made a trade for Jermaine Jones. What do you think of that move?
I really like this move. I really like the fact that Jermaine Jones is going to stay in MLS. I think he's an important player for the league. I think it's nice to have players that are performing for the U.S. national team involved in MLS. I think it's a great move for Jermaine Jones. He's got to stay active and playing at the highest level. And I think it's a really nice move for Colorado Rapids. Knowing Pablo Mastroeni as a player and the position that he played and how he approached matches, I think this is the exact right fit for him. He's got his guy, and I think that's going to mean an improved Colorado Rapids team for 2016.
He will have to miss 6 games, but he does tend to pop up all over the field. Katie Witham is popping up all over this studio. She's now in the control room, Katie. How's it going in there?
Yeah, it's going well. I mean, I can't believe they haven't kicked me out of here yet, to be honest, Russ. You know, each year MLS Works and Wells Fargo recognize individuals who use soccer as a tool to make a difference in their community. Well, we want to see you guys get involved in great causes. Head right now to MLSsoccer.com/community MVP for more information. We still have so much more to come on the show, the Eastern Conference, and also kickoff between New York and Toronto. Stick around, it's coming up next.
It's about your club. It's about your city.
I feel like I'm missing out on the party.
It's about this season. It's about every match. And standing by your colors. Whatever they are, we've got you covered. The game you love in your hand. Breaking news when it happens. All the best match highlights. Real-time stats. And live scores. Hundreds of live match streams. Follow your favorite clubs, anywhere, anytime. The newly designed MLS app. Download for free today.
MLS Soccer Sunday is back. First on ESPN, the Portland Timbers and Columbus Crew battle in a rematch of last year's MLS Cup. Then on FS1, Jordan Morris makes his professional debut with the Sounders versus Sporting KC. MLS Soccer Sunday, today on ESPN at 4:30 Eastern, then on FS1 at 7 Eastern.
Welcome back. I'm still in here. I can't believe it. Less than a minute on the clock. We still have so much to get to, including checking in Chicago, Portland. Peter Walton is going to join us. We want to hear from you. Use the hashtag Soccer Sunday. We need to get into the East, though. We're about to kick off in New York and Toronto. We're going to save them for the last. So, Russ, how about you start with the MLS Cup finalists, Columbus Crew SC?
That is a good place to start, Katie, and welcome back, everyone, into our luxurious studio. And we're talking about a team in Columbus Crew that all 11 players, Diego, who started MLS Cup are back. Is this a good thing? It's got to be, right?
It has to be. It's, solidify the process that you believe in. And that's what Bill Hutter is doing with this team. And there's a player that I really like in this team that didn't quite make the starting 11 during the whole season, and that's Cedric Mabwati. I think he's a very agile player, has a lot of mobility, speed. He's able to take one-on-one on defenders like Fabian Castillo would in FC Dallas. But the only problem is consistency, which he didn't have in Spain when he played in La Liga. I think he needs to have more confidence in order to take that spot and run through defenders.
I worry a little bit about things going stale, for lack of a better word. I think it's probably tough to keep a locker room locked in together year after year after year. I mean, it's year 3 for Greg Berhalter, so it's not like it's been half a decade. But I could see guys tuning out. It has to be tough to manage that, especially over a long offseason.
Well, you want players to come in and push those guys to kind of go to the next level, right? You want to keep that team together. Too often we argue we don't like when teams blow up their squads, too many changes, and then we kind of complain when it's the same team. So we want to be somewhere in between and create that competition and development.
All right, let's move on to Montreal Impact here, right? We're talking about Didier Drogba. That was been the talk. And this guy scored a goal every game that he came back, and then suddenly he was going to leave, and now he's back, but now he's not going to play on turf. It's like, how do you handle that kind of situation where that guy means that much to this team?
For me, the offseason has been entirely too much talk about one player. This is a talented team. It's not all about one player, and certainly it was a special guy for them last year. But they have other talented players in this team, the Piattis of the world for that group, and their center back as well. They've got talented pieces that they need to be talking more about rather than all about Didier Drogba.
It seemed to me like when Mauro Biello took over, he switched to that 4-3-3 and pushed Piatti out left, and he became more of a goal scorer. And now in Harry Shipp, they have a guy who I think can play as a real number 10. And you're right, it's not all about Drogba. They have different ways to go at you now. I'm looking forward to watching this team.
Well, obviously you have a guy like Drogba who is really good, but if you look at the few years before when they did the same with Marco Di Vaio, he came in again and they placed the whole season on his shoulders, and you just don't know what you're going to get from a guy when you put that much pressure on him. Don't get me wrong, Drogba's an incredible world-class player, but at the same time, you want to start to make sure that the rest of the team is moving along with it.
Look, a team that doesn't have that issue of one player outshining the rest because it's a team of mostly MLS vets is DC United. But there's an issue with DC United, and probably the most high-profile player, Bill Hamid.
They do have that one guy. It's Bill Hamid, and he's hurt.
Yes.
And that's a problem. The other big problem is all of their success the last couple of years, to me, was built upon the Davy Arnaud Perry Kitchen partnership in central midfield. They're gone now. That's tough, Jason.
Yeah, I think it is really difficult, and I think it's actually a problem that Ben Olsen is trying to solve. I think he's really happy with the Sarvis situation. He's been playing in the first couple of games, De Leon as a central midfielder, which I don't think that's a real great fit. So I think he knows that he's got to go out there and find a partner for Marcelo Sarvis.
I think that's the problem, because if we go a year back or even a little bit more, Sarvis had Juninho in LA Galaxy, and they both knew how to combine themselves pretty well and how to switch positions when they needed.
Let's talk about Fabian Espindola, because you coached the guy, and he's the guy that makes things go for DC United. How much does he have left in the tank, this guy?
He's still got quite a bit left in the tank, and I think he's a really, really important player for DC United. But what was interesting, and you watched him in the Querétaro match is he starts to drop off and drop off and drop off because he wants to touch the ball, but he needs to keep himself closer to the goal. If he's going to be in the midfield all match, he's not going to be able to affect the game where he needs to, which is in the final
And
third.
they need that number 9. To me, they need to have, maybe Alvaro Saborio gets rejuvenated and rediscovers his younger form. If not that, I think if they have, money to spend on a transfer, I think they need to go out and get a Fernando Audi or a Kai Kamara type, somebody who will take a beating, force the defense to collapse, and then give Fabian Espindola all that space that he works in.
Earlier we were talking about Jermaine Jones making the move from New England to Colorado. But the New England Revolution are a team that probably underperformed in their eyes last year, going out to DC United in the knockout stage of the playoffs. Where do you see the Revs right now?
Well, I think they're in a good place. I think that they've kept that squad mostly together. I think they've started to add pieces, and again, you don't want to create that staleness as you spoke of. But Lee Wynn needs to be able to do it consistently. He did it 2 years ago. He was very good. Last year, it was an up and down season for him. He got into the national team. Jurgen Klinsmann spoke highly of him, gave him lots of praises in his ability to train hard, his ability to make plays during matches, and I think he's going to be a key guy going forward in this year as well.
He is going to be. He is always the key. But to me, I love what they did in getting Gershon Kofi. He is not as good as Jermaine Jones, but he has roughly the same strengths and weaknesses. You plug him right into that spot, and you know you're going to get 30, 34 games out of him, not 15 to 20. And when you have such a crucial piece who's missing for half the season, I don't know if you could go for the supporter shield. Because they replaced Jones with Kofi, I actually picked the Revs to win the supporter shield. I'm the one. I'm the one guy.
Even without Xavier Kouassi?
Even without Xavier Kouassi. I am really high on Kofi. Though this is all contingent upon maybe Juan Agudelo finally realizing his vast potential. And there may not be tensions.
They've got a lot of attacking options. You throw Charlie Davies into that mix and Diego Fagundes. Orlando City is an interesting study because second year in the league, they made a push at the end of last season to make the playoffs. It didn't work out. And then it's like all hell broke loose in the offseason, but in the front office. So how do they sort of gather themselves, and what can they be?
I think they can be a playoff team. They have talent, certainly, but they need to get away from depending too much on Kaká. When he wasn't available because he was on the national team, there wasn't anyone who made the difference in the team. And the other question is, they bring Nocerino into the squad. Where do you place him? Who do you take off? Seren, Higuita? To me, the two best holding midfielders in the league as a group together, as a partner. So for me, it's going to be very complicated. Where do you place Nocerino? He understands Kaká. Kaká knows him very well, but
what you're talking about is chemistry, right?
Yeah.
And they had it, especially down the stretch. I think they won 5 of their last 6. And then, as you said, all the upheaval this offseason, it's not supposed to trickle down to the field. It almost always does. All
right, we're closing in on kickoff at Red Bull Arena. Let's get to one more team in the East. Philadelphia Union, big changes in the front office with Ernie Stewart. What does he bring to that club?
I think he brings a real vision and leadership, and I think as you correctly identified, it all starts for me above the coaching staff. It all starts with ownership, with general managers. I think they set the tone for the entire group, and I think they got a great guy in Ernie Stewart to do that.
And now let's talk a little bit on the field. How are they better this year than they were last?
Well, obviously, they haven't made the playoffs in 4 years, right?
Yep.
So anything that they add is a good chance to be a little bit better. Obviously, they made the Open Cup final 2 times now, but I think having guys like Maurice Adu have a larger role, having a guy like you had mentioned, Ernie Stewart, being able to have a trickle-down effect from the top down is going to be a major.
If Mo's not healthy, they're in trouble. They're in trouble.
And how much weight can Nogueira lift on his shoulders?
Absolutely.
As Maidana did last year.
Yeah.
And they rewarded Sapong with a new deal as well, so he's a guy that you'll look to pick up some goals. So.
I'm looking to see what the draft picks look like. Yarrow and Rosenberry.
Some very good draft picks.
Yeah, just to see how those
Herbers
guys
as well. Yep.
Yeah, Herbers, right? Those 3 guys to see how much playing time they have.
I think I have Herbers on my fantasy team. So get a goal today, dude.
Oh, so do I. So it's going to be a close one.
All right, it's just about time to kick off the 2016 MLS campaign. Steve Cangelosi and Shep Messing on the call on MSG. Let's listen in and get this season underway.
Second-year Red Bulls MLS Coach of the Year. 18 wins last season, setting a franchise record in his first year at the helm. Bradley Wright Phillips, 2 explosive years at striker. Giovinco, perhaps the best season any player in MLS has ever had. And we're ready to go in Harrison, New Jersey. All 10 games of this opening weekend on the schedule today, and with Dax McCarty and Bradley Wright Phillips at the center of the field at Red Bull Arena, here we go. 20 teams in action today on this Sunday, March 6th, and the 21st MLS regular season is underway. Kamar Lawrence out of the back for New York, and Mike Grella in a starting role. Ball comes loose, and we have our first foul as Grella is knocked down.
Well, no surprise how New York Red Bull were going to start out and attack the game. Mike Grella took an elbow to the back of the head on that Long ball played over the top. Sasha Klestjan will line it up.
First free kick for Sasha Klestjan. His service into the top of the box. Flicked on goal by Dax McCarty, and Irwin with his first touch today. Red Bulls are starting the Major League Soccer season at home for the first time since 2011. Lawrence on the opposite side, under pressure from Jovinko. Dax McCarty, foul called, but we continue on with advantage. Ronald Zubar plays this into the Toronto area. Justin Morrow, wearing number 2, plays it out, and this will be possession for Toronto FC. Toronto starts the season with 8 consecutive road games. Alan Chapman is the referee in charge today. Jeff Musick, James Conley are the assistants. Jorge Gonzalez is the 4th official today. New York has never lost to Toronto at Red Bull Arena. The lone draw was back in 2014. You have to go back to 2008 Giant Stadium to find the last time Toronto has come to New Jersey and won. Here's Klestjan on the ball for New York and played back for Lawrence. Jamaican international out of the back. Played for Bradley Wright Phillips, and on the far side, Lloyd Sam coming off a terrific year, but the foul here is against New York.
Steve, you talked about opening day. This the first game of the 2016 season, and always an overabundance of adrenaline. And really, first 5 minutes of the game for both teams, they just want to get settled in, knock the ball around, give everybody a touch, get settled in, not let the adrenaline overshadow everything.
2015 Supporters Shield Champions banner unveiled prior to first kick here today. Sal Zizzo getting the start at right back in this opening day for New York. Here's Drew Moore, joining Toronto after 7 years with the Colorado Rapids. He and Irwin familiar with each other from their days in the Rockies. This ball deflects away, and it'll be a Toronto FC throw-in.
Those are probably the 2 biggest acquisitions for Toronto FC. Clint Irwin and Drew Moore, 2 good players who were playing on a very bad team in Colorado.
58 goals conceded by Toronto FC last season, the most in MLS. Taken here by Toronto FC, and this ball deflects away. It's Luis Robles. He'll have his first strike of the ball today. Klestjan. Gideon Baugh in his Red Bulls debut. He hails from Ghana. National teammate of Lloyd Sam back in the fall. Here's Sam on the ball. Works it ahead. Bradley Wright Phillips on the move here for New York. Works it out wide. Zizzo trying to get on this. It's cleaned up by Justin Morrow.
A little bit late on the overlap by Sal Zizzo, and a little bit of a surprise for me in terms of Toronto FC. Dax McCarty on the ball.
Here's Klestjan. Works it free. Defended away by Moore. This ball cleared away by Michael Bradley.
I started to say surprise because Toronto was really not sitting back looking to counterattack. They're pushing their back line up to midfield, trying to put pressure on Red Bull.
Jesse Marsh was telling us in our pregame chat with him, the goal this year to be more aggressive. Now, that sounds somewhat strange. This was far and away the most high-pressing, aggressive team in Major League Soccer. He felt there was another level that they could get to coming into today. As Grella goes up for this, and another stoppage in play. Another foul is called against New York.
Yeah, Mike Grella, again, he's so dynamic as a battler with his back to the goal. And this ball is played in the air. He took an early elbow. This time he gives one back.
Grella coming off an explosive season, 9 goals, 7 assists. One of the major newcomers in Major League Soccer last year, Irwin. The free kick.
We bring it back into the MLSsoccer.com studios. Russ Thaler with Kalen Carr, Jason Kreis, Heath Pierce, and Matt Doyle. And I'm going to start with you, Heath. It's opening moments of this game. What has stood out to you so far?
Well, it just seems like, it's frantic, it's panicky, there's nerves. The game hasn't quite settled yet. You can see both teams trying to just slowly inch up the field a little bit, but you haven't seen a whole lot of identity from either of those teams.
Yeah, look, we got lineups for both teams, which we'll end up showing you. And right now we'll start with the New York Red Bulls. And Matt, what has stood out to you about what the Red Bulls are doing?
It's familiar. The only change from last year is Ba and Zubar in the central defense in place of Miazga and Paranel, and that is the question for the New York Red Bulls, because everything they did with that high press last year started from the partnership of Miazga and Paranel. So these two guys have to learn the ins and outs of playing with each other really, really quick, or it will go bad really, really quick.
The way they play, too, they give Felipe and Dax freedom to drop back and pick up the ball there, and they split their center backs wide. So that puts a little bit more pressure on those guys, not to lose the ball, of course, but then also for these two inexperienced, at least together, center back pairing to be able to recover when they do turn it over.
Well, as much as familiar New York's lineup is, Toronto has a lot of new names in this from an off-season, Jason, where they made a lot of moves.
Yeah, for me, I think Toronto had the most impressive offseason. I think that they made some fantastic moves. I think that they addressed every weakness that they had with MLS veteran, experienced players, and I really, really like what they did this offseason.
They have one more weakness now, though, because Josie Altidor's hurt. They don't have a real backup number 9. That's why we're seeing Jovinko play that role. They have made some moves, and I think they have some room under the cap. I expect them to make a signing in the next couple of weeks for somebody who could maybe lighten the load a little bit.
Well, it's interesting you talk about Josie. I had a chance to talk to him a few days ago, and he put a huge emphasis on how excited the team was to bring in MLS experience and how important that is to have actual MLS experience, games under your belt. And they brought a lot of guys in like Beta Shore, Drew Moore, guys like that who can contribute and know what it takes to get the job done.
Drew Moore, one of the great underrated defenders in this league. He has been so good for so long, and it's hard to translate it to casual fans because it's a small market, or well, it has been a small market, and because the stuff he does is understated, but he's going to help a lot.
Well, Heath, you're a defender. What does he do that's underrated, and how does it help the team?
Well, he's just got a quiet confidence about him. He reads the game well. He seems to be usually a step ahead. He was never that hard-nosed guy. He was a right back converted into a center back. But those are the kinds of tools you want when you can add those types of aspects of being an outside back into being a center back. It helps your distribution, helps you reading the game well, and helps you organize.
That's the rookie, Tsubasa Endo from University of Maryland. He was really, really good in the combine, played himself into the first round, and now appears to have played himself into a starting role. Very clever in the final third. My question with Toronto, though, is what about their lack of speed on the flanks? They don't really have that type of guy, a Castillo or a Finlay or a Kakuta Mane, who can change the speed of the game and where it's played with just raw athleticism. And it's tough because they have Michael Bradley, who is one of the league's best at hitting those through balls. I think they do need to add that at some point this season.
This 4-3-3 seems to put Bradley back into much more of the holding midfield.
There he is right there, yeah.
Yeah, and Jason, where do you think Bradley's best spot on the field is?
I think this is one of those that's really interesting about having an experience with a player, because I've never spent any time around Michael Bradley. Always been a huge fan of him as a player, and I've always thought, for me, he's the prototypical number 8. He's a box-to-box midfielder, and I think that's where he's most effective. But in spending just a few moments with him and talking with him, this is where he actually wants to play. He wants to play as a holding guy alone as a number 6, and he wants to have a real dictation on the tempo of the game from that position. So I think that he can do it, but I think it may be taking away a little bit from what I see as some of his biggest strengths.
My worry with him there is he does like to go chasing. He likes to go hunt the ball, and when that happens, he can leave the central defense exposed.
He'll definitely need to stay at home if they're going to continue to play in this fashion. He'll have to stay there, otherwise they'll be stretched and you'll open up that hole in front of the back four, which is the one that kills you time and time again.
I'm hoping that being in this position, though, a little bit deeper, you'll see a little bit more discipline out of him. I know when he was the two-way guy, sometimes you'd see him above the strikers, chasing and pressing and trying to create that.
Speaking of.
Yeah. But, if he can stay disciplined and stay in that pocket, he's great on the ball. He's great at moving the ball, reads the game well, extremely calm, and it's a great position for him.
That was really good cover from Jonathan Osorio right there. Another I think, underrated player. Very secure on the ball, has improved every year defensively, too.
Going back to Michael real quick, too, and you mentioned it earlier, he's a really good long passer of the ball and behind the back four. So if he can get the ball in that pocket and get on some time and space on the ball, which he should, because a lot of the teams in our league don't quite defend that 6 well enough, he should be able to pick out some really long passes for strikers running in behind.
Really, really nice from Ba right there.
That was pretty impressive.
That drew a little something out of you, Heath.
Yeah. I mean, as I became a center back in my career, I started to have that extra respect for guys who are really calm on the ball, read the game, comfortable, didn't always panic under pressure, and that's the kind of guy you want at center back in the way that the Red Bulls play. Somebody that can help build up, break that first line of pressure.
There's an opportunity. First big opportunity of the game, Giovinco can't connect.
There's the flag.
The flag is up. Anyway, look, there's a lot of stuff going on social media right now about this game that's underway. So, Kevin, what's happening?
Yeah, we got our first TIFO display of the season going on at Red Bull Arena, American soccer's grandest cathedral. Red Bulls fans with a stay on top display, bragging about those 2 Supporter Shield wins in the last 3 years.
Nice.
Kevin, do you rate the Supporter Shield or MLS Cup higher? Come on, Kevin.
Say that again, Matt.
Do you rate the Supporter Shield or MLS Cup higher? Which would you rather have?
The one that my team is currently holding is the one that's the most important. So, yeah, the Shield is infinitely more important to me
That's
than
right,
the cup.
right now, at this very moment.
We can be honest that the cup is a bit of a crapshoot.
No, it's true. It's true. I mean, it is, and you have to get hot. But the one thing we've seen over the last couple of years, obviously you can't win the Shield in March, but you could lose the Shield in March with a bad start to the season, and you could also cost yourself a playoff spot in March with a bad start to the season. San Jose a couple of years ago, I think they lost 6 of their first 8 games, missed out in the playoffs by 1 spot. So there are a lot of teams that make the playoffs, but with the way that parity has sort of impacted everything, you got to get points now.
It's crazy to think about, too, because you get down to that last day, and I know your 2009 Salt Lake team, Jason, got in and then wins the whole thing. You know, some of the Houston teams I played on, we got in late and made a big run. But it's funny because decision day comes down to often a point here or a point there, and this game matters now. Yeah. Like, this game is as important as each of them, and it's easy to lose sight, especially on opening day mentality, to be like, oh, you know what, we want to go out and enjoy playing, and hopefully we get a win, but it doesn't maybe matter as much. But this game really, really does count.
By the way, Bob with his second really, really nice play. I suspect there's going to be a TIFO of that young man in Section 101 sometime in the next couple of home games.
Well, I've heard from some of the guys that they're really excited about him because he brings a different dynamic.
All right, coming up very shortly, we got a couple games starting at 2, a little after 2 p.m. Eastern, and a big one in Chicago between Chicago Fire and NYCFC. Kristen Kenny is there. Let's see what she's got going on.
I'm here with Matt Polster, now coming off of a solid preseason. What's the general mood of the squad?
I mean, I think we're in good spirits. Like you said, we came off a good preseason. We won 3 games. I think with the coaching staff that we have now, we're tactically sound. I think we have an idea of how we want to build out of the back, how we want to press, and how we want to attack. So I think it's going to be a good day.
Well, you have 11 new faces, or a lot of new faces here. So how is the chemistry so far?
I think preseason was a huge jump for us. I think in the beginning, we had a couple games like against Philly. I think we struggled a little, even though we won. But I think as the preseason went on, I thought we got better and better through the games.
You're opening up today against New York City, facing Pirlo and a lot of talent on that roster. So what can we expect?
I think, like you said, obviously they have a lot of talent, but I think we have a lot of talent as well. So I think as long as we focus on us and our game plan, I think we'll be fine.
All right, Matt. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That's Kristen Kenny, and it's Kristen Kenny in Chicago, and here comes Toronto with another opportunity in the box, and they're going to get, bounced out for a throw.
It's going to be the most exciting moment of the match so far.
There's been a lot of that. There's been a lot of scrambling at the back, I think, from both teams, but nothing too sustained. I mean, we see this every March. The first 6 weeks of last season, it was kind of ugly soccer. These teams will find their footing and find their chemistry. We just saw the lineup for NYCFC Chicago. Those are 2 teams that are going to have a little work cut out for them in terms of finding their footing and finding their chemistry. Guys, I have no idea what to expect.
It's hard to know on day one. So
Yeah.
I guess, Jason, from a coach's perspective, when you don't know necessarily all of the pieces that you're going to be playing against, how is preparing for opening day different?
It's difficult. It's really difficult, and I think it's something that, as a coach, I tried not to put too much emphasis on. In week one, my opinion is that you just don't know. You can certainly pick out the players that have been in the league for a long time and get some familiarity with them and take some guess at some shape and what you think, how they think they're going to approach the game. And I've also tried to look at preseason matches, but my opinion is that those mean absolutely nothing. Yeah. So you go into that first game a little bit blind, and in some ways that can be a good thing, because it's time to say to the players, listen, we're going to focus on ourselves. We're going to go out there and give our best effort, put our best game forward, and really try to play to our strengths today.
Plus, no film session. A shorter film session. Always.
Well, it's like you play all those preseason games and you try to simulate as best possible, but nothing really replicates what you're going to get on match day. The nerves, the excitement, being able to settle into a game is really difficult. Trying to get your team going, connect passes, and really find your identity. It's the first time you really, truly get to do that under pressure in a way.
Nearly at our first goal of the season. Kevin, what's happening on social media right now?
I don't know how much time you guys need to evaluate a player, but it seems that the opinions of Gideon Ba are in, and everyone agrees that he is already shutting down league MVP Giovinco.
Completely.
These opinions are coming from Houston, so they have nothing to do with my bias. It said, Tim Donahoe says, so far Gideon Ba has shut down Gio completely. The Big Mix says, let's take a moment and admire Gideon Ba making Giovinco miss just a moment ago. Naughty move by the Ghanaian center back. And Kyle King has noticed that Mike Grella is out there looking like Tom Hardy in The Revenant.
Are you on the Red Bulls Twitter page right now taking all those?
Maybe.
Sounds a little...
No, I'm doing journalistic things and finding out what the fans think about Gideon Ba. I don't even know who we sold to Chelsea.
Oh, man. Well, Ba is, as Kevin said, Ghanaian, so that means we'll be seeing him in the World Cup in 2018.
Yeah.
Probably beating the U.S.
That's like me telling you guys about how great a golfer I am, because one time I played even par golf through 6 holes. It's amazing.
Look, we got more coming in from Chicago. Christian's out there. Mix Discarud, who's in the starting lineup for NYCFC.
Here with Mix Discarud. Now, Mix, with last season being a disappointment, how eager are you to get back on the pitch and turn things around?
Can't wait. It's been a long preseason now, and we're ready. We want to start winning games now, and it's a beautiful day to start here in Chicago.
All right, now Patrick Vieira, you haven't been able to spend much time with him, but in the short time you've had with him, what has he brought to the table?
Well, he's definitely a person and a player who has accomplished a lot in his career, and you see kind of what he brings to the table when he's in practice every single day, and it's a lot of stuff we can suck up and kind of learn from everything, and it's been a pleasure so far, and I think it's going to be fun for the fans moving forward now. So just have to wait and see.
Opening up today against Chicago, what was his message to you and the squad?
I can't reveal too much right now, can I? Before the game starts, I'll tell you afterwards. But we want to play positive soccer and want to be confident as well.
All right, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Kristen out there with Mix Discarud, and NYCFC going to take on Chicago Fire. That game coming up shortly, and we'll be bringing that to you in about 10 minutes' time. They'll kick off at Toyota Stadium there in the Bridgeview, just outside of Chicago. So far, nothing's going on the scoreboard between New York Red Bulls and Toronto FC. Diego Pinzon has joined us on the love seat with
This
Heath
is a
Pierce.
better view, by the way, than the one you guys are in. I'm sorry about that. But.
It is tough over here. My neck is already.
But I like what I've seen from Toronto so far. Possessing the ball, distributing very well, holding the supporter shield winners so far in the midfield. It's been a pretty entertaining game so far, even though we haven't seen too much opportunities.
Kalen, you were talking about how these games, mean so much early in the season. You don't think about it necessarily along those terms. With Toronto starting the season because of the renovations to their stadium, 8 straight games on the road. Jason, how do you manage that as a coach? Yeah, I don't think you've ever been through something.
Yeah, thankfully I've never had to go through something like that.
It was rough. We did the first 10 games on the road my first year when we opened Toyota Park.
Yeah,
and it was we actually just wanted to get above water, to be honest. You just want to keep afloat, basically, pick up some points on the road, basically probably take a little bit more of a defensive posture, protect, try and get some points here
But
and
if
there.
you can do well, I mean, you're in a great position, right, to take your games at home. And I always saw it as a little bit of an advantage, personally, when you saw teams like that, because there's only certain stadiums where it's so hostile you feel like, let's get these 90 minutes and get out of here. You feel like you can settle into certain places and maybe be able to pull out 3 points. Ooh. And then if you're 8-10 games on the road, you've got 8-10 games at home that you're going to be able to capitalize on. So I think it's a good chance to find your form, find your rhythm, and also test your character as a team.
What were those stadiums? What are the few stadiums where you go into and you're like, ooh, we got a long 90 ahead of us?
Well, I know Kansas City is that way now. You pack the house at Red Bull Arena. That's a great atmosphere. Orlando, I never had the chance to play there, but I think Wikipedia says I'm still a current player at Orlando City, so giving them some love.
Really good atmosphere.
No, but I heard that's a great atmosphere as well, and it's just growing and growing, that atmosphere. And obviously Portland and Seattle, those are the givens of just top-notch atmosphere where you just feel really uncomfortable.
The cool thing about Portland, you have to walk across the field to get to the locker room. Mm-hmm. So you show up an hour and a half before the match, and all the fans are already there. And I don't know if guys will admit it, but it's a little intimidating walking across and seeing all of Timbers Army there an hour and a half ahead of game.
They sing at you, too, in the hour and a half before the game.
If that's what you want to call it, yeah. They
start right when you
well,
get
it
off
is
the
melodic.
Bus.
It is.
They start right when you get off the bus. They're saying stuff to you, which is, you learn to brush it off. But it's a really cool thing. It shows the passion and all the energy behind that team, and it really makes you feel like, wow, we're not at home. We're very far from
It's awesome. Even when I was injured in Houston, I flew out to the match, had my mom fly out from the Bay Area just to sit in the crowd and experience it. It was pretty cool.
She didn't wear orange, though.
No, we had to get a security
green?
team on her. Yeah. My mom can hang. She can fend for herself.
But you were mentioning Toronto starting away. They did that last year too. So it would be the second year consecutively. I'm pretty sure they have already a plan. Because last year it wasn't the best, but it played out in a positive way for them too.
Yeah, they made the playoffs for the first time.
Yeah.
You guys mentioned the veteran MLS players. I think that's going to show on the field, but also in the locker room. Because Toronto's been a place, just as a player, you hear rumblings of maybe it's not the most settled locker room or people aren't really getting along. There's been so much turnover, even from the coaching standpoint as well. I think that Vanny did a good job bringing in a guy like Drew Moore is going to do a lot for the locker room as well, because he's a calming influence, like he said. And guys respect those type of players. Maybe not the biggest names always, but somebody that has a lot of respect amongst players in the league.
Yeah, you're talking about Drew Moore isn't the guy that necessarily gets stuck in that way, but you get a guy like Will Johnson on the team who does, right? That brings that sort of harder element.
Yeah, there's no more competitive player in the league than Will Johnson. What he brings to your team on a day-in, day-out basis is simply spectacular. Always felt like our training sessions were much more competitive and much more focused and high intensity when he was around.
As much as you want to bring the level on game day up, you know that you're only going to get that if you can bring the level of training up. And a guy like Will Johnson is a guy who's so competitive, so hard-nosed, gets hard into everything, doesn't take days off. And that's the kind of guy that you need for long seasons like that. That's the kind of guy you need to show your young guys this is what it's like to be a top pro.
Look at the teams he's played on. They're all winners. There's no surprise that he's playing on winning teams. And he's a big part of that. And I think, that's the type of...
Oh, it's come off silence. Red Bulls created a chance there out of their high pressure, won the ball in the attacking third of the field. And
Toronto's having a talk with the referee, and New York almost got itself on the board. They wanted a foul called there, I think. And Bradley Wright Phillips with a nice little back heel.
Might have been Beta Shore.
Interesting offsides decision there.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
I don't know if it came off of Grella or Beta Shore.
Grella nearly put New York up 1-0. Peter Walton, who is now in the building, by the way, he's in the control room, said no foul. There was no foul on that play.
On Beta.
And he doesn't have a direct line to Harrison. from here. So
He doesn't. He make the call himself.
We're going to get Peter Walton out soon. And we are into national anthem type festivities, both in Chicago and Orlando. So 2 more games getting ready to kick off. Orlando City SC hosting Real Salt Lake. Chicago Fire playing host to New York City FC. And as soon as those games begin, we'll start jumping around. Enough of this one game stuff now. Now it gets real. It gets really real.
We got a triple game action going on.
That's right, a 3-box.
And you guys were talking about Will Johnson, and Toronto has 3 incredible DPs with plenty of international experience. But as you guys were talking before about LA Galaxy, names don't win you titles. And Will Johnson is one of those. It's the type of player that, like Kaylin was saying, gets you places. And it's not a coincidence that he's been in 2 championship-winning teams, and it's also Drew Moore, Clint Irwin, players that have played in MLS, have plenty of experience, and that gel well together.
Is it fair to say that finally, after all these years in the league, the Toronto FC gets it? Like, is this offseason show that they finally figured out how to do it?
For me, the most successful teams in the league are the ones that have been the most consistent. I don't think there's ever been a team that's come in and made wholesale changes and been successful in year 1. In case in point, of course, is expansion teams. But even for teams that come in, get a new GM, get a new head coach, make wholesale changes, those teams aren't successful in year 1 in our league. And what I think you've seen with Toronto now is that now they finally have kept a coach. I believe Greg Vanney, this is his 2.5 year with Robin Fraser and the rest of the staff, and they've kept the majority of that team together now for the requisite amount of time, I think, to make themselves be, or to finally have developed themselves into what should be, for me, a very, very competitive team, and a team that should contend for the championship this year.
Oh, great ball.
Oh, and a fantastic opportunity for the Red Bulls goes for naught. They can't finish. Yeah, it's on you. That's right.
He's on my fantasy team, so I need him to do work.
Great pass by Bradley Wright Phillips.
Bradley Wright Phillips is having himself a first half right now. Could possibly have himself a couple of assists. All right, we got a couple games that are going to kick off in mere moments. In Chicago, you have Chicago Fire and NYCFC. Interesting in that you have 2 new head coaches making their MLS debuts. Veljko Paunovic, and Patrick Vieira. Let's check in on Patrick Vieira's first NYCFC starting lineup. And Jason, no Frank Lampard in this lineup. You had this team last year. What stands out to you about what Vieira's doing?
Well, it's interesting that he goes to a 4-3-3, a very typical 4-3-3, in that you've only got 1 holding midfielder and 2 more advanced, an 8 and a 10 with 2 wingers. What I like about this is that now the team finally has some speed to counterattack out of. But he doesn't plan to be a counterattacking coach, and he doesn't plan to have a counterattacking team. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on a guy like Andrea Pirlo to cover a lot of the ground, as Michael Bradley's doing in this Toronto game. And I think that's a real difficult ask of an aging player.
Let's take a look at Chicago Fire and their starting lineup. So, all right, so Goossens had to go back to the Netherlands. He's unavailable today for Chicago, and that's why you don't see him in the lineup. Diego, want to take a crack at it and what Paunovic's doing?
I see Brandon Vincent, which I'm very interesting to see what he can bring to the league this year. I think he could probably be a Rookie of the Year candidate. Sean Johnson on the bench, of course. But I think Paunovic is going to create a team that plays well on the counter. That's what he did with Serbia and then on the Under-20 World Cup when he won the title. And it's a team that's going to counterattack very well. Hopefully by the wings. That's what we saw from him with the Serbian national team Under-20, of course. And Gilberto is going to be the player, the Blas Perez of FC Dallas a couple years ago, the guy that gets every ball in the box, and hopefully we get to see some more of him as he was in Toronto a few years ago.
They've just kicked off at Toyota Park, just outside Chicago, and now they are underway in Orlando as well. 3 games underway here on MLS Soccer Sunday, Week 1 live here on MLSsoccer.com. Thank you all for watching on whatever device or whatever outlet you're watching us from. It's great to have you with us. And we're going to take the Chicago Fire NYCFC game full. And Dan Kelly and Frank Klopas on the call out there.
Frank Klopas. It's going to be an interesting matchup to see. Does Pirlo pick him up? If he doesn't, he's going to have a lot of space to receive the ball in dangerous areas and impact the game.
Laid off by Diskerud, recovered by the Fire, though. A little sloppy there on the clearance. McNamara recovered by Polster. A good lead there for Iguananike. Gilberto into the area. The little feint, Gilberto, the space, couldn't get the shot through. Picking up the pieces is Iguananike. Things calming down a little bit.
That's a great playoff transition where the Fire were able to win the ball and isolate now the pace of Iguananike and come out wide. Great run by Gilberto now to open up in between the two center backs, and I think the Fire can be really dangerous in transition if they win the ball in spots like that.
Gilberto, he finished off the season strong last year, 5 goals in 10 games, and with a little more luck, he probably could have had about 9 or 10 in those 10 games with the Chicago Fire. The rookie keeper, Matt Lampson. Harrington has to be aware. Taylor jumps onto it, but a good recovery there by Harrington. Get enough of it. Taking a deflection. Villa turns and fires right on. Lampson was ready. What a test for a rookie right off the bat, facing Villa.
And that's where Villa, Dan, is so dangerous in that area. You constantly have to be aware of them. But the other key matchup today is going to be for the wide players, for Harrington and Vincent out wide, because Taylor and Shelton both bring a lot of pace in transition. So those matchups, the wide players have to do a very good job in their 1v1 defending.
There's McNamara, number 15. Matarrita. McNamara again. Ethan White. Disappointing year for Diskerud last year. Visions there of Villa as it's played out. It will be a deep throw for New York City Football Club here in the 4th minute.
And then even a play like that, this is a situation where the back line cannot fall asleep, because any time that Pirlo is on the ball, even on those balls that are played back, his first option, what he's thinking is Villa. Villa knows that. That's something that the Fire worked on in practice this week, and you can just see just the movement of Villa anytime that Pirlo has the ball.
Hanging there tough, Brandon Vincent. There opposite Shelton is Veljko Paunovic. Watching on. Said he saw this club as a hurt lion. Ready for them to roar again and to unleash all of their power. It's Brandon Vincent. Holster comes to his protection to provide a little cover. Dropping back deep to accept it is Gilberto. Combines there with Arturo Alvarez. Just 7 players remain from that 2003 MLS class. Mike McGee, the goalkeeper today for New York City Football Club. Josh Saunders, Nat Borchers, Jack Jewsbury, to name a few, and also Arturo Alvarez for the Chicago Fire. Anticipated well by Harrington. Razvan Kocic. Saunders will blast it away from David Accam.
You see early on, Dan, there's definitely opportunities now that if the Fire in transition, when they win the ball, they're going to have a lot of space out wide. They're going to be isolated.
At our MLSsoccer.com studios, Russ Taylor here. It is MLS Soccer Sunday, Week 1 live. And Kalen Carr is here, Jason Kreis, Heath Pierce, And Diego Pinzon and Matt Doyle is somewhere. Katie Witham is somewhere as well. We'll be seeing them. Kevin Brown as well from Fusion. We're all here with you following all these games. We're watching Chicago Fire and NYCFC, and a big chance here for Chicago that just went down, but no dice for the Fire here. Oof. Jason, your thoughts early in seeing your former team out there and what they're doing and what Chicago's doing to them?
I think it's been a pretty wide open game, which is interesting. You know, you'd expect that first game of the year, you expect the away team to go and sit back and be difficult to break down. But as true to what Patrick has been saying, they're out there pressing the game. They've both had one clear-cut chance. I think Chicago's had another half chance. So that's also an interesting thing to see early, so early in a game like this, is both teams have clear-cut chances.
And what do we see from Paunovic's team?
They want to get out and go. I mean, they've got speed on the wings with David Akam and how do you say his name? Igboanike. Got it. But those two, I think that's also maybe why you saw Harry Shipp exit, because he didn't quite have the that athleticism that I think Paunovic is looking to play. His U20 team from Serbia also had a similar style. That's what you keep hearing about him. So you saw David Akam at that early chance, using that speed, just push it and go.
Looks like they like to stay high and wide, and a guy like Harry Shipp, like you said, likes to find those pockets inside and sometimes can condense the field with certain styles of play. So it makes sense, and like you said with David Akam, he's a pacey guy. He's probably going to be, in my opinion, their go-to guy for most of the year. He's going to have to create a lot of their attack, a lot of the speed. Obviously, he just got behind there, and there was a little bit of shirt tugging, so we might have to ask about that in the box. But didn't actually have any. Well, we've got a.
But yeah, Chicago, they had 2 chances in 5 minutes in each one of the wings. First, Gilberto, he took a little longer with the ball and he couldn't finish, and then Akam, the one that we just saw. And that's what Paunovic is going to do this season. And now we're seeing Orlando RSL in the other box.
There was a goal at first in Orlando called back for offside. There's the replay. It was Kyle Larin who put it in with a pretty sweet back heel, by the way. Yeah. And Adrian Heath, yes, turned his back, and no. The flag ended up being up. Oh, what's going on? Peter Walton's coming soon, because, look, offsides is actually one of the initiatives for the referees. So we're going to have to bring Peter in here to get a clear look at that. And was it offside or not, or is guys doing their job? It's opening day for them, too.
I got Kyle Larin on my fantasy squad, so I would have appreciated if they would have let that one stand. He's a guy I really like. I think getting to know him a little bit. He's a quiet kid. He's a really quiet kid, but he's a really humble guy. And I think he's had a lot of success in his first year. People are worried about the sophomore slump. I think he's got the temperament to not really let that type of talk go to his head. And he can score in a lot of different ways. He can score in the air, obviously. He's a big body to be able to withstand the rigors of a full season. I think he's going to have a big year, too.
One of the things that I liked about that, and that's going to help him, I think, this year, is that you see in their lineup they've moved Breck Shea up the field, and I think that's where his best position is. Putting him at left back is a great addition in certain situations, but to get the most out of him, I think it's to move him up the field, get him into a position of putting the ball in the box, use his pace, use his size, use his athletic ability to get behind and set Larin up for some goals.
All right, 2 games going on here, New York Red Bulls and Toronto FC, also the first game to start up today on MLS Soccer Sunday. This is week 1 live here on MLSsoccer.com. And we've got a goal. First goal of the season has been scored by NYCFC. It's on the right side of your screen. And let's see what we got going on. Here's the replay. Take us through, guys.
Didn't see the first time, so it might be a little difficult. I know Tommy McNamara scores it. It's a shot from outside the box. Classic Tommy McNamara strike. Curving ball from outside to in with the inside of his foot. Placed well.
What a finish.
It's funny. There are a lot of players on NYCFC that people talk a lot about. Tommy McNamara is not one of those guys that gets the mention.
He will be. He will be.
And that's the thing. What did you see from him that we maybe don't talk about him?
He was a guy that I really wasn't a big fan of at the beginning of the year. He's a guy that just was kept working hard, kept doing it day in and day out in the training sessions, and literally forced me to play him. Once we gave him an opportunity, he scored a great goal at Philadelphia, and then got opportunity after that for me.
It looks like he's the type of guy who finds a way. He's got a knack for scoring. Like he's got a good sense around
He does. He's got a good sense for a lot of things in the game, not just scoring. Also, I think being involved in most of the attacking plays and finding the right pass at the right time.
I want to welcome Peter Walton to the set, by the way. Peter Walton, the GM of Pro, the referees organization. We already had one close offside call. I don't know if you...
Yeah, I did see it. Yeah.
You did see it.
Yeah.
What did you think?
It was the correct call.
Yeah.
Yeah, the player
I'm
sticks
shocked
it
you
through.
say that. No, I'm just...
Well,
no, you'll tell the truth.
No.
Yep.
We all saw it. The player who scored the goal was put in an offside position with the fact that his teammate touched the ball as it went through to him.
Yeah, here it is. This is what we're going to see is the goal that was scored and then called back on offside. Kyle Larin is the player who put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, and then I think it's Brett Shea, is it? Who touches the ball onto him and therefore plays that player offside. The assistant there did a great job, by the way, because he was asking the referee who played the ball last. And the referees obviously pieced that jigsaw together and given him the information, and that's why you had a latish flag there, because he was waiting on that last piece of information.
And that's the key to it, right? The key is who touched it last.
Yeah, and it's one of our initiatives for this year that we put in a lot of resources into the assistant referees, and I'm glad to see it's coming to fruition on the first day of the season.
That's a difficult call.
It's
Wow.
extremely
I didn't see that
difficult
touch
call.
from
It's
Brett.
extremely, and that's why he asked the referee who was centre position. He had a far better angle and a better view on it.
Let's take you back to moments ago in Chicago, the Fire looking to equalize.
That was looked way offside.
Well, there's two things. I have two questions here. One is the end of the play. The first was he onside?
Well, we can't see from this angle in fairness, but we give him the benefit of the doubt there.
What about this?
To the attacker. He's gone down too easy for me. Jason?
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. I think he went down without much contact there. It was a good decision by the referee.
Yeah,
again.
there is slight contact there, but you know, is that enough to put him down? I don't think so. I don't think the referee got the decision correct.
It's a nice recovery there by was that
Hernandez got that well. Yeah.
It's only one goal right now, and that comes compliments of Tommy McNamara for NYCFC. All right, let's go. Here's NYCFC and Chicago right now. We'll take a quick look back at the Red Bulls and Toronto FC right now. This was the first match to start. This is live action going on, 43rd minute, closing in on halftime at Red Bull Arena.
Guys you know will be there week in and week out. As this is laid off by Kleshtin to Dax. Beta Shore with help from Bradley to break that up. Here's Endo. Maneuvers away from Kleshtin and Lawrence. Tsubasa Endo. This ball gets through to Jovinko. Here's the MVP on the ball for Toronto FC. Works it ahead, looking for Osorio, and Ba was there to break it up. It's a corner.
That all started, it started with a play by Endo. He was going to play back to his own goalkeeper. Instead, he spun around, did a 180, sprang the attack.
It will be Jovinko from the far side. This is Toronto FC's first corner of the game. Late in this first half. Endo getting a prominent chance here with Toronto. Hercules Gomez was one of the late casualties on their roster. And when that became clear that Hercules wouldn't be part of the team, it was a given that Tsubasa Endo would be a big part of this Toronto attack. And given the chance to play, Jovinko curls it in. This ball bounces in the 18. Zubar, and it's cleared away. Grella trying to send Sam on his way, but Justin Morrow there to defend that. Deflected off Jovinko, and Red Bulls will have it on a throw-in. Off right Phillips. And Toronto in this game's 45th minute will take it back. We're hearing 1 minute of added time in this first half. Confirmation from the fourth official shortly. Moore is fouled by Bradley Wright Phillips. Reminder, Red Bull Sporting Director Ali Curtis to join us at halftime. And shaken up on the play is Drew Moore for Toronto FC.
Well, again, I think if you're
As we close in on halftime at Red Bull Arena between the New York Red Bulls and Toronto FC, let's take you back a couple of minutes now in a big opportunity in Orlando for Real Salt Lake.
I mean, this is Burrito Martinez. It's what he does. He's so good one-on-one.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that's a nice save. But he, you know, Jason talked about this a little bit. That first 11 that RSL have looks really, really good. The question over the course of the season is, can these guys hold up? Can they stay fit? Can they stay healthy? Can they stay available? If the answer is yes, then they're in good shape. If the answer is no, they will be in trouble because they're not bringing on anybody off the bench who could do what we just saw Burrito Martinez do. Also, are we more burrito or nacho fans here? Because we got a burrito and a nacho.
You talking about the player or the food then? Because that's a different...
Your choice, guys.
I mean, or do you have to... Is it one for all? That's the thing.
There's only one extra. There you go.
We are awaiting the referee's whistle here at halftime, and there it is.
This is a good bend, don't break half from Toronto FC. I think Lloyd Sam probably wants that chance back. He maybe could have made it 1-0 for the Red Bulls.
Really nice hold-up play there from Bradley Wright Phillips. He's really versatile. I think he can hold the ball. He's strong enough to do that, but he also can get in behind. You saw there, nice little reference point for him to be high right in that middle of the box. Good movement. Everything was right except for the finish.
Yeah, it's funny because when BWP came in and he scored all those goals a couple years ago, everybody said he's a one-trick pony. All he can do is, you know, live off of what Thierry gives him. I even said that. I was pretty clearly wrong about that.
Yeah.
BWP is a really good all-around player.
Not in his offensive output, but his defensive output is great too. He really works for the team and allows them to shift.
All right, as we watch live here, Orlando and Real Salt Lake, let's get back to Chicago because we've got another goal on the board. This is moments ago.
That was already out.
Oh, look at that. Another great decision, gotta say. Another great decision, wasn't it? It was the late runner there, picked up from midfield. And again, you saw the assistant just fake to see who's actually going to play that ball.
How high is NYCFC's line? I mean, they've gotten behind. Look at this guy sits, relaxes, has a cup of coffee.
Well, you got 5 men along the back line, right? Against 5 attackers. At a certain point, you have to decide to drop off and cover because you're too high, and that you allow space for that secondary runner to break through.
If there's no midfield pressure,
and that's exactly what I was about to say. I think we just saw what the elephant in the room for NYCFC is. I don't understand how Pirlo, Mix, Tommy McNamara puts any sort of defensive pressure on any opposing midfield. They're all 3 of them are excellent players, and they can all fit in some other system. But if you're going to play Pirlo, you need 2 Roger Espinosas in front of him, and that's not what McNamara and Mix are. And I think you're going to see a lot of goals just like the one we just saw.
Well, it's also on the center backs to have that vision to either push those defenders up. Push those midfielders up or drop back as a whole, and that just starts as a group of being able to recognize the positions you're in. If you do have midfielders that aren't going to put that pressure on it, then you probably shouldn't be holding a line that high.
Especially against the speed that Chicago has.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to know who you're playing against, and this is one of those things that happens maybe on week 1, new coach situation. not quite sure how the team's going to come out. Chicago has a ton of speed. So to play a high line there is just asking for trouble.
And let's give a little credit to Artie Alvarez on that pass. I mean, that was a Pirlo-esque turn away from pressure and chip over the top, and really smart run from Razvan Kosic as well. There's a veteran taking advantage of a little bit of disorganization.
Let's turn away from this game real fast because a couple of minutes ago, a big-name player in Orlando went down. Let's see what happens to Kyle Larin. And this is a second yellow card on DeMar Phillips. 20 minutes into this game, DeMar Phillips is red carded off, and RSL is going to play the rest of this game a man down. So there's a lot happening on this play. You get the not reigning, but last year's Rookie of the Year, because you don't get to defend it. Kyle Larin down on the ground. You get a player off this early into the game for RSL.
Yeah, it's not great news for RSL, obviously. That's going to be a tough thing, but now it's going to be up to guys like Kyle Beckerman to pull that squad in together, keep them tight, keep them compact, and do what you do on the training field, which is usually play down a few guys and stick together and shift as one group.
It's a long time to do it.
Peter, was that the right call?
Yeah, I sit here and watch this, and I have to question sometimes. The player's commitment is there, and that's said. But he's on a yellow card, and why would you make a change of that nature when you're on a yellow card?
Challenge, and that's been DeMar Phillips' whole career.
Yeah, well, he's just given the referee a decision to make, and for me, he's made the right decision. It was a yellow card offence, and he's duly sent off. But
that was borderline red.
Yeah.
Well,
it does look like he's zoned in on the ball, though, and he's focused on the ball, but he is going.
It's high. It puts himself in a bad position.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. And as I said, if the player's on a yellow card, then perhaps he should just hold back and jockey. I don't know. I'm the referee, not the player. But for me, the decision was the correct decision. Unfortunately for Salt Lake, of course, but that means they've got to play most of the game now with 10 men.
And everyone should know that Kyle Larin has remained on the field, so he's back up. And he's back out there participating.
So the question is, who goes to left back now for RSL? I assume maybe Sonny will drop back there, the new midfielder. They're going to sub in Chris Wingert, it looks like.
There it is.
And they're taking Sonny off. Oh, that's interesting. I would have thought maybe you take Javier Morales off and you just say, all right, we're buckling down and playing for the 0. Well, this shows a little bit of endeavor on Jeff Cassar's part.
That's the worst feeling. You get subbed off and you had nothing. Some guy makes a terrible challenge and you suddenly are walking off, and if you feel for this guy, like he's pumped up for opening day.
Yeah. Just done 6 weeks of preseason, worked hard, earned that starting nod, and then it's just like, hey, man.
Yes, sorry.
Next week.
20 minutes, thanks.
I wonder what the folks on Twitter are saying about that red card. I imagine that they might have one or two opinions.
A split opinion, I would think.
A lot of pro-fade. There's a lot of pro-fade things put on the board. There are a lot of profane opinions about that red card, none of which are fit to publish.
By the way, free kick for NYCFC right now on the left side of your screen in Chicago. That's a 1-1 game, and Andrea Pirlo is standing over it.
Just going back to the Orlando game, what was the first yellow card for?
Didn't see it.
We did not see the first yellow card.
Interesting to see what the first yellow card was for.
It takes a bit of courage on the referee's part to give out 2 yellow cards this early.
22 minutes of the game gone.
Credit to him for calling it.
Kalen, you don't play anymore. You don't have to kiss up.
And that was a definite yellow card tackle.
Poor challenge.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not positive, but
both yellow cards were officially for unsporting behavior. So I think.
Okay. I mean, challenges.
Yeah. Okay. We know how DeMar Phillips plays.
Peter, while we've got you here, you're talking about, you sent us the list of some of the initiatives for this season. One of them is improving bench behavior.
Yes.
How do you do that? Oh,
penal?
Wait, hold on. Before you answer that, we have a penalty call in Orlando. So let's take a look at the replay, Peter, and tell us what you see as a referee. A penalty?
Well, I'll leave that for you to answer that, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah, that's a penalty kick.
Yeah, I think
Again,
so.
why is the player going to ground, making that challenge, giving the referee the decision again to make? It's one of those ones that, you know, Salt Lake will want and Orlando won't want.
I don't take issue with the challenge. He's got to do it because it's actually the last man there. He's going into the box, and Ura is a super fast player. Gets that toe in. Credit to him really for getting that little touch on it right before he gets hit.
We didn't have a perfect angle, so we can't see whether he actually did get clipped. But like, forwards go down in the box in those situations.
Like they're a man down too, right?
Yeah,
so
that's right,
they need every bit of advantage they can grab.
Yeah. Well, that's just about having a little bit of feel for the game, right? You're up a man.
RSL's on the board. 1-0.
What are the odds? You get a 20-minute red card, and then within the next 5 minutes you score. Sometimes I think that actually can happen because the team relaxes, like, oh, we've got the man advantage. We're fine. You turn off just for 1 second. Next thing you know,
this is
bang.
MLS, dude. Expect madness.
Yeah, but that's the same when a team scores, isn't it? You know, from a refereeing perspective, we feel one team almost relaxing.
And by the way, my fantasy team, making waves right there. It's my guy. It's my guy. Just want to put it out there.
Yeah, but going back to the play itself, that's why they brought Ura in. He is, obviously they expect him to score goals and lead that line, but he is such a well-rounded player. We saw it against Tigres. He put a couple of balls on a platter there. Do we have another goal? No. Put a couple balls on platters there, including the assist to João Plata. We've seen him hold the ball up. We've seen him get behind defenses now. Even if he doesn't score 15 to 20 goals, he's going to be such a positive force for that team.
Kevin's got an update on the fantasy leagues. How we're all doing. How are we doing up there?
Well, I don't know about you guys, but as you can see here on the display, I'm doing wonderfully. I'm doing wonderfully. My team, the Ultralight Beams, is sitting in the first, and I know it's a little bit early. We're only halfway through the first game of the season, but I've already started calling some people about trophy engraving. I'm ready. I've taken this.
You're ready.
It's Kevin, can I put it on record that I don't have a fantasy team? Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
It's on record.
That's a cop-out.
That's because you showed up late. We would have gotten you on. Jeff Cassar looks upset. Why are you upset, Jeff? Your team's up 1-0.
I think they've got a long ways to go in the match.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, I think this is why. I think he wants a yellow.
Oh.
How's this bench behavior?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's early in the season, but I think he's showing emotion already, which is not a problem.
Yeah.
It's when it becomes irresponsible, really, that it becomes a
Goal
issue.
NYC. Yep, goal NYCFC. I missed it.
New York City FC, left side of your screen right there. And let's see, it looks like we're thinking it's Tony Taylor, but we're going to have to check the replay on that and see who scored the goal. But we'll show you the replay, and then we'll talk you through it a little bit, too. All right, guys.
That's the chance they missed just prior.
That's Chicago chance.
Yep. But again,
yeah, that's a chance for Chicago.
It's another high line from New York.
Yeah.
Keeping that line high.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big space in between the two center backs.
There's two guys making the run.
You never want to see a goalkeeper turning and running towards his own.
Yeah.
That's actually a huge chance, by the way. He should have been able to put that a little bit.
Yeah. Came a little bit of a tough angle. It's on his left foot, but.
And by the way, yeah, we'll get to the goal here.
It's got to be coming up, right?
Yeah.
That was nice by Mix right there, and this is nice by Pirlo. And my guess is that it comes out of this, or not.
Yeah, or not.
Oh boy.
All right, this is the goal. Here we go. That's all right. It's a new clicker for us. We got a little aggressive with the rewind button. Here we go.
Oh, Keystone
boy.
Cop.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
that's more of a Chicago concession than a New York goal, right?
Yeah, I think we'll give it to New York, though. They earned that. Yeah, I mean, it was a good, hard curling run by Tony Taylor, and I mean, a brilliant ball. But this is the danger of putting together an entirely new defense and an entirely new team. And of course, it all started with a poor clearance as well. You got to wonder if Sean Johnson's in there, if this ever. They don't even get into the final third.
They're actually in great defensive position right now. No, they got pressure. They've got cover. Outside backs, Brandon Vincent pinching into a good spot, but it's just a poor clearance.
Yeah.
You know, he goes to clear, it hits off his foot, then his hand. It looked like, and
Tony Taylor, the goal scorer for NYCFC, and Jason, you had him on the team last year. Jason Kreis rejoins us now, but he was injured for a lot of last year.
Yeah, and another guy that really proved himself through the preseason in the first portion of the season. When he got his first opportunity to start, played an incredible 20 minutes, and then tore his ACL, was out for the rest of the season.
Well, already making an impact here.
This year. Oh man, Michael Harrington took a boot to the face on that goal as well. So.
He's gonna have a nice snapshot at some point in his life, a big poster of that. All right, Kevin, what's happening on social media when it comes to Chicago and NYCFC?
Guys, as you know, I use Twitter as a very important journalistic tool, and I think I've figured out what's inspiring the Chicago Fire today. Rampant hooliganism. There are toddlers in the parking lot throwing up gang signs. And I don't know, if I play for Chicago, there's no way I would lose this game. And an important tactical question, if Diskerud gets to have mix on the back of his shirt, OTF Soccer says he thinks Pirlo should be able to wear a full suit with Italian loafers. And I don't think I've ever agreed more with anyone on social media.
That's a great tweet. That's really...
Another set piece for NYC. Oh, that's
Peter, you're watching the replay there with Orlando and RSL. Did he need to roll over 10 times after?
Did he need to? Well, you have to ask him that. In my opinion, I don't think he does. He had the foul, and I think it was a reckless challenge on the part of the Orlando guy, and I think he got a yellow card for that. But whether or not he needed to roll over,
maybe it's part of the entertainment value. Perhaps.
Of course, yeah, it adds to the value. It sells the decision anyway.
Peter, I got to ask you, getting back to bench behavior, is it mostly issues of head coaches, or is it an issue of multiple players on the bench? Is it staff? What is the real emphasis?
I think the real emphasis is on the staff, actually. The law states that the coach can stand and he can coach his team, which is fine. It's when every other person wants to stand and coach. That's when it becomes an issue, because you get some unruly behaviour there, it spills out onto the field, and before you know it, the referee has to deal with it. So, and it's also a perception, it's an image thing as well. So we just want the referees and the fourth officials to be slightly more cognizant of what's happening on that technical area without detracting them from the game itself, because that's their prime focus.
All right, and you can see the New York's Red Bulls game has just kicked off the second half. No score between the Red Bulls and Toronto FC. That's down there. Peter, I've had the pleasure of being down on the field for a lot of different games, and it seems to me that head coaches tend to use the fourth official as a sounding board, and that's to put it mildly. A lot of times they vent to the fourth official, even though they know nothing's going to come of it. Is that part of an unwritten job description? The fourth official just has to know that I'm going to catch some abuse here, or is it not tolerated, or should it not be tolerated?
Okay. Well, first of all, there's a lot of frustration and pent-up feeling down there on that technical area, and that's something that, again, we accept as officials. But we're not our sounding boards, because the guys and the girls have to look at the game. They're not there to have a two-way conversation with the coach, and that's something that the coach has got to recognise as well. So we won't be making ourselves that target for them this year. But if needs be, we'll talk to them and explain various decisions to them.
That is a rough tackle from Zubar. Yeah, I think that's a...
And a yellow card for Zubar.
That's the reducer.
The reducer.
Yeah, that'll get you a yellow.
Yeah.
He got there as quickly as he could, didn't he?
Right, just not quickly enough.
Yellow is correct, or should that have been a red?
No, it's a yellow card. That's a yellow card. a yellow card because of the recklessness of the challenge itself. In terms of endangering and brutality, I don't think that's hit the threshold for that one.
Yeah, I think
But that's nice to see, though. It's nice to see the referee having a relationship with the player, and it's nice to see the player recognising the referee's got a job to do.
Looks like one of the other initiatives that the refs have this year.
All right, we have a goal for New York City, upper left. Sebastian Giovinco standing over a free kick from a dangerous position on the bottom as Luis Robles tries to organize his three-man wall. And then we got a hard tackle in Orlando. We got a lot happening, but you can watch it all right now. Giovinco standing it over and right into the wall. It goes. And you can see the replay of the goal for NYCFC on the top of the left. Kyrie Shelton scoring the goal for NYCFC. Jason, Kyrie Shelton, another one of your players.
Yeah, as I said before, when we looked at the lineup, you've got Taylor and Shelton who give you a real pace and get him behind the opposing team's back four. And there a ball was played over the back for Kyrie. He's run onto it. I think he's got a little bit fortunate in his touch to get it around the goalkeeper, but put the finishing touch on it.
Matt Lampson is having a bit of a shocker so far for Chicago. They pretty clearly missed Sean Johnson.
Yeah, I feel like he's got to come off his line a little harder there, huh?
Yeah.
Or make a decision.
Yeah.
Allows him to take a touch around him without laying out.
All right, upper right is Real Salt Lake and Orlando City SC. Upper left is Chicago Fire and NYCFC. And down below, New York Red Bulls and Toronto FC. In 20 minutes, 3 more games will kick off.
I mean, this could be NYCFC's year. Score 70, concede 60, and watch Patrick Vieira age very quickly. Chicago does not look like they know what they're doing right now. I mean, just playing from back to front is killing them.
I've always found that there's a lot of guys in the staff that like to get involved and show that extra bit of passion on the bench, and sometimes it's warranted, sometimes it's not, but it seems like they want to have that impact on the game.
They do,
and it doesn't always have a.
And that creates the problem. And so that's really where we want to clamp down on the others.
It's the kit men. They're the problem.
It is.
They are some of the loudest ones on the bench, to be fair.
They're just trying to make a difference.
Yeah, they make a difference, okay. The season's well and truly underway, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
All right, so 1-0 game in Orlando. Chicago finds themselves down at home.
3-1 at
NYCFC.
home. Yeah. That is not going to inspire an already displeased fan base.
Yep.
I think Chicago at this point, they just got to focus and try to get one back before the break.
Yeah, this is a shocking start.
Yeah, don't try to do it all at once. Just NYCFC are vulnerable. They've shown it all game. Finish a chance, get to the locker room, regroup.
Right.
Got almost a whole new back line with Kappelhoff and Mera and the center backs, and it's just that takes time, right? You can't force some sort of
a new keeper as well, and it's a different look, and I think you had to expect there would be a couple of games like this.
It's just unfortunate it's at home in the opener for Chicago Fire fans who have been with this team since,
they've been told to be patient a lot over the last 5 years, and they're going to have to be patient a little while longer at the very least. Here's something.
that's kind of been the story of the day a little bit with both of these teams. Something becomes nothing fairly quickly, although that man right there, Bradley Wright Phillips, is probably the player of the match so far. At least he's created the most dangerous chances.
You can see that offside, but you can see that there's a chemistry between them that exists, that kind of goes beyond opening day. A lot of teams are still trying to fill each other out in official matches, but you see the Red Bulls haven't made many changes other than to their two center backs, or one center back, I guess.
And here's opportunity for Toronto. Ball to the back post, but
covered by Sal Zizzo.
Yep, Sal Zizzo is there to knock it away, but it'll be a corner kick for Toronto.
Oh, just in time.
Yeah.
He is the right back, so he should probably be back there.
There's only one person going to get the blind now.
Yeah.
See, this all right, now we'll just check in. And Michael Bradley takes the corner kick for TFC, and they still have the ball. And not anymore.
Bradley obviously hits a great corner, but he also makes such great near post runs on those short corners. I would have him in the box making that run every time. Have Jovinko hit the corner, get another big guy.
Bradley also takes the corners for the U.S. national team.
Yeah. I mean,
he's a guy
who's phenomenal. He scored an Olympic goal last year, Like,
well, yeah, which is great.
Yeah.
But I also wonder, he's not a small man.
Right.
And he makes smart runs, as you say. And especially on the national team, you have plenty of players who can take corners.
It's actually shocking how many times he'll make that near post run and get his head to the ball. I mean, he scored, of course, that great goal against Mexico in the 2011 Gold Cup final. And he's done that for club and country numerous times. I would have him out there.
All right, moments ago, had some activity in Chicago. We're going to watch it with you. It's 3-1 NYCFC. And a big save. Josh Saunders.
Yep. Just what you were saying earlier. Chicago need that goal before half-time, and that was the chance there. Great sack.
They've had a number of looks, and I mean, David Accam is one of the most exciting individual players in the league. When he gets in spots like that, he can do some damage.
Fire fans. Okay. All right, and back to the other two games that are going on right now. Real Salt Lake with a 1-0 lead, but playing a man down in Orlando. Toronto FC and New York Red Bulls scoreless in the second half right now at Red Bull Arena. But it looks the Red Bulls are starting to put a little bit of pressure here on Toronto. And they'll earn a corner kick as a result.
This is always a tough position to be in, Jason, as you know, with a guy like Jameson Olave, who's really good at doing his job, but isn't the most vocal person on the field in terms of being down a man and being able to organize that back line, playing down a man.
Yeah, very, very difficult. It's one quality you want out of a center back is to make the players around him better. I always felt like Jameson was a terrific individual player, and what he is he's an eraser for you. He can erase a lot of mistakes that happen in front of him just through his individual athletic ability. But he's not a communicator at all, and he's not somebody that'll help to organize this back four and the team in front of him at all. But what he does have is he has that guy, Nick Raimondo, behind him to do all that talking, and the guy in front of him, and Kyle Beckerman, to lead as well.
Tough to organize in a stadium filled with 55,000 people today as well, I think. I haven't seen the official number as well. Got to give it up for the fans in Orlando, man. They turn out.
But that's the thing, right? You've got a pretty new fan base that are so loyal, and now you got to give them something. You got to give them a playoff run. You got to give them wins. You got to be competitive all year long in year two, and I think that's going to be an important factor for just the organization with all the changes they had in the front office this year.
Yeah, we've certainly seen it sizzle out before. I remember when Toronto came into the league, it was the most difficult place to go play matches because of how loud and supportive their fan base were and how raucous they were and into the game. But after several years of not winning and not doing well consistently, you saw their fan base drop off, and over the past several years, it's become one of the quieter places to play games.
Chance for U.S. international Breck Shea here in Orlando. And Nick Romano get an arm to that?
No.
Just put it into the side of the net?
Looks like it. And they have Shea at left wing now, and they have Bowden at left back. They started last year with Shea at left back. I still think that's his best long-term position.
Left back?
Yeah, I don't think he's clever enough in possession, in tight spots to be a really effective winger at the international level. But he is deadly when there's space to run into in front of him, which of course, that's what the fullbacks find in the modern game.
But I mean, that's the argument, right? It's like, what's his long-term position? Where is he going to have his best chance at an international level with the national team? But again, I personally think he's most effective, and that's where he made his name in the MLS is as a left midfielder, because he can use his athleticism to get behind defenses. And at left back, I don't think he gets the reps necessarily.
Yeah, but don't you feel like by the middle of that 2011 season, and he was great for most of it, but by the middle of that season, he had been scouted. Teams saw that goal he had against Toronto and said, you know what, we're not going to give him room to run into. If he's gonna beat us like that, he's gonna have to be like messy.
Got a red card coming out here.
He's reaching to his back.
Is he putting it back in his pocket?
Did we just get rid of Peter too?
He had the red card out. He's putting it back. Where's Peter want when you need him? Does it Peter knew?
Is it a calmer heads man prevailed?
Oh, that's a cheap shot.
I don't know. You know what? That looks like incidental contact in the open field, like where neither guy was looking, right?
I don't know.
To me, it seemed like he was leaning into it a little bit.
I think it's a red card for that haircut.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
Oh, come on. Yeah, seriously, party pooper.
Purple stars, actually, I'll give him some props.
I think it looks it's awesome. Oh.
So did he just grab the wrong card? Is that what that was?
The card was out, and he put it back.
I think he's getting.
But
I think some.
And the red card was the red card. Yeah, he's out. So now it's 10 on 10. He's like, I think I got to give up this armband. I think that's right.
Who's the vice captain? Because
we're going down the list.
I think we're ready for a little more online profanity after that one.
I think I can do even better than profanity. I've got a gift that sums up RSL's feelings about how this game is going right now. It is a sparkly heart burrito of a game.
We're gonna have to show the people that at some point. All right, so we're going 10 on 10, 10v10 in Orlando. It's a big field out there today.
At least it's March and not August for a 10v10 in Orlando.
And New York Red Bulls, they got something going on here. Oh, maybe. How about that for a little bit of skill? I'm gonna try it again. I think he got a little cocky.
Yeah. Well, that's his reputation. Duke guys are like that.
Whoa.
Wow. You just slid that in there.
Just one quick one.
Hey, Kevin, what are RSL? Can you show everybody? We're gonna pop you up here so you can show everybody what the RSL fans think about.
Well, I think if you could summarize this situation for Real Salt Lake fans, going down a man, having the lead, and then watching Orlando lose a man.
It is a heart-filled
burrito.
burrito?
Describe it: a sparkly heart burrito. That's better than a heat map.
It is. I assume that's Chipotle as well, because got to remember your sponsor.
Is that still one of ours? Yeah. Of course it is.
Not for that game.
This is good from Laren. That was really, really nice hold-up play from Kyle
that was
Laren. And clever little pass to give Breck an angle.
Yeah, you do want a better final product from Breck.
Was that a cross, a shot, or a pass?
Well, it's funny because he scored on a cross shot a few years ago and claimed it as a shot. And,
right. Well, he would have claimed that one had he scored on it. But
absolutely.
It was going about 130 miles an hour over the bar. Here's the replay on it. Yeah, he just. Yeah. That's I think I don't know. He had someone running far. He had a runner far post too.
But Matt, on Breck Shea,
All right, halftime in Chicago and Orlando. That was the last opportunity right there for Orlando City. So they will go in to 10 aside. And a 1-0 lead for RSL on João Plata's penalty kick. Goal for Real Salt Lake. And in Chicago, it's all NYCFC. 3-1 at the break. As we are in the 63rd minute now. No score between the New York Red Bulls and Toronto FC.
It's time for Anatol Abong.
It's a bong time?
It is a bong time for the Red Bulls. I want to see this guy get in. I want to see him punish the Toronto defenders a little bit, make him be a little bit more physical, carve out some space for Bradley Wright Phillips.
If there was a game that you would have picked to be scoreless, it would not have been this one.
No. Nope.
All right, coming up at 4:30 Eastern Time on ESPN, we have a rematch of MLS Cup 2015. It's, of course, Portland Timbers and Columbus Crew SC. This game, though, in Portland, unlike MLS Cup, which was in Columbus. And a short time ago, Jillian Sakovits caught up with Taylor Twellman of ESPN.
So it's raining here in Portland, so we decided we'd seek a little bit of cover.
Actually, it's just me being high maintenance. I didn't want to get my makeup wet.
It was his idea, but I'm okay with it because I don't really want to get my hair wet either. Okay, Taylor, coming into today, MLS Cup rematch, what can we expect?
Joe, I'm asked all offseason, who are the most complete teams going into the regular season? I understand Major League Soccer's a long regular season, and I understand that the summer a lot changes, but I'd make a real argument that the Portland Timbers and Columbus Crew going into the regular season are the two most complete teams. The Portland Timbers, strong. They've got Nagby now in the middle for 34 games. We saw how powerful that was in the playoffs. But Columbus Crew, how dominant they were in the Eastern Conference playoffs, think about it. They didn't lose a single starter. So I think these two teams have their eyes set on returning to MLS Cup.
And what do you see as the most exciting storyline heading into today?
I actually think it happened right after MLS Cup last year in Columbus. December 9, 2015, Major League Soccer made a massive announcement of $37 million investment into the player pool through targeted allocation money and homegrown players. And I think this offseason, while it wasn't the prettiest and it wasn't the cleanest, I still think general managers and technical directors are trying to figure out the mechanism. You saw a ton of player movement. You saw better players come in. You also saw great players leave in the league. I just think as this evolves, that's going to be a massive statement in making this league deeper in the player pool and ultimately more competitive.
And also some exciting changes for ESPN and their MLS coverage this season.
Yes, I have more makeup. No, I'm just kidding. We have two new things. We have the Heineken bus. So Heineken and ESPN came together. We've got this souped-out bus where I get to interview players. It was great. I had Darlington Nagbe and Diego Valeri. We'll see that on our broadcast today. And then also, I think we're maybe the only league in the world doing this. I'm not totally sure. But AT&T has sponsored the goalpost cams. We saw a little bit of that in MLS Cup. We've improved it. I think AT&T and ESPN deserve a ton of credit for that because goalpost cams, it may lead to goal line technology. We don't know, but it's a huge step in the right direction.
Thanks, Taylor.
Grella's been part of some big chances for NYCFC, and he's got another one there. And excuse me, New York Red Bulls, and another one that can't go. Bradley Wright Phillips could have 3 assists so far in this game. He's got none, and there's still no score, but ooh, it's close.
They shared that shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a gift pretty soon, probably. That was an excellent little slip ball there from Dax, though. Nice little ball through to BWP. You expect him to score that one just because he's, taking his time, good composure, but just a little mix-up in the end.
If 5 minutes from now, 3 more games are going to kick off. And then all of a sudden, your screen, watching this, there's going to be six screens going. Although we might be at halftime for 2 of them, so we'll give you a little bit of a break there.
We're about to lose Lloyd Sam, who's on my fantasy team.
Oh, no. Say it ain't so.
Subbing himself out.
Lloyd.
The ankle injury.
And this, if Gonzalo Verón was healthy, he would be the obvious replacement. I think the question now is, assuming Sam comes off, does Jesse Marsch go with a like-for-like sub? Does he bring in another sort of winger, or does he bring in another true forward? It's a tough balance because if you're playing against a team in the 4-3-3, which is what TSC have, you kind of have to hesitate to go to a 4-4-2 because you can see the numbers game in central midfield. But at the same time, if you're getting looks in the box, you do want to have another guy in there who can finish them off.
Yeah, with as busy as Bradley Wright Phillips is up top, you want to have another guy who's going to benefit. Who's going to benefit off that hard work and movement. As you see there, you know, he's constantly moving. He's constantly getting into good spots. If you can get another guy, high guy next to him instead of having three working off each other in the midfield, you know, you might be able to create a little advantage.
We got another opportunity for the Red Bulls.
Just can't quite find the unlocking pass, and that wasn't it.
We got games starting up in about 5 minutes. Check in on the Houston Dynamo starting 11. And Joe Willis gets the start for Houston Dynamo.
And Tyler Derrick's not even on the bench, so I'm wondering what happened there.
And Maidana came over from Philly and starting in the center of the midfield.
Yeah, I think we knew that would happen. He'll drift out left a ton. He'll whip in a bunch of crosses. Will Bruin's got to reliably make that near post run. Maybe got to look for himself, or at least drag the defense with him. Try to clear out the back post. Andrew Wenger maybe gets on something back there. But that's how Maidana plays, and you can't have him just be a supporting player because he's a luxury player. You have to build it around him.
And Houston Dynamo hosting New England Revolution. Here's starting 11 for New England.
Javon Watson, who they picked up like 6 minutes ago, is apparently getting the start.
I think it's a good pickup, though. He was really good for Dallas last year. He was also really played well in the Gold Cup as well. I think he's versatile, athletic guy I played with in Houston. I think he's going to be a good last-minute.
And Gershon Kofi's in there in the midfield, the guy who sort of replacing Jermaine Jones in a way.
Interesting to not see Caldwell in that starting lineup.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked.
Basically got one defensive-minded midfielder in Kofi, if you consider him really a defensive-minded midfielder. So pretty attacking group that's set out there by Jay Heaps.
I'm interested to see Diego Fagundes this year. He's got more than 100 matches, I believe, in MLS already. Yeah. He's such a young.
Well, he started when he was like, 17, right?
21, maybe, or 22.
Yeah, he just turned 21.
Yeah, and he's got that many matches under his belt, but now you need to start to see that experience add up into complete performances, become a full starter all season long. Put up some numbers.
It's funny because a couple of years ago when he had 13 goals, almost all of them were quick little touches in the box. He was just good at finding those spots and getting a shot off quickly. Last year, 6 goals, only 2 of them from inside the box. So he's kind of changed his game. I don't know if it's been changed for the better. I liked him best when he was kind of poaching. And I hope we see that version of Diego Fagundes again.
So the New York Red Bulls were the Supporter Shield winners, but tied on points with FC Dallas last year. And Dallas is getting ready to start up. And they'll take on the Philadelphia Union. And here's Dallas' starting 11. But Maxi Arruti getting his start in his first game for Dallas.
I think that's what we expected. Grezzo into the lineup puts Ulloa on the bench, which is, he's a DP, so you expect him to start. But I thought the Ulloa-Acosta pairing last year was really, really good.
Let's check in on Jim Curtin, starting 11 for the Philadelphia Union. And a near miss for the New York Rebels, who are knocking at the door and have been for quite some time.
As you can see with Philly, we didn't talk about it much, but Chris Pontius is a guy who's extremely talented and terrifying to play against when he's fit, healthy, and in form. And he's a guy that I think they're going to look to a lot this year to create.
How about Ken Trebek? Apparently a revelation in the preseason for Philly. I can't claim to know much about him. He's a big central defender who outplayed Josh Yarrow, who was the #2 overall draft pick, and earned himself a starting spot. Also outplayed, I guess, Richie Marquez, who was pretty good for them last year in central defense. So
we do see Rosenberry, though, in.
That's right. The #3 overall draft pick, Yarrow's college teammate at Georgetown.
That's a right back that I really like. Over the past 2 years watching him play in college for Georgetown, I've always looked at him and thought he's going to be a very, very good MLS right back. So good to see him getting an opportunity in the first game of the year.
He reminds me of Tony Beltran a little bit.
Very
just
much so.
very, very smart at picking when to go up and help in possession more than just pure overlapping.
3 more games kicking off right now. The 3 o'clock starts. Houston Dynamo and New England Revolution. San Jose Earthquakes and Colorado Rapids from Avaya Stadium as the Streamers are coming down in Houston, and FC Dallas and Chicago Fire. So at this very moment, we have 6 games underway, and the Red Bulls keep having chances, by the way, and still haven't been able to score.
It was often.
Here's San Jose and Colorado. That's the game that we're on right now at Avaya Stadium, the site of this year's All-Star game.
I am discovering that 6 games is too many for me to watch and understand at once.
Don't worry, you'll get used to it. You'll get better at it. This is our first opportunity. We didn't even have a preseason on this.
That's true. No, here's the sub. White Sam does look like he has a win. And it's Anatol Abong.
There you go. Abong's in for the New York Red Bulls. We're watching San Jose and Colorado.
I need him to rescue my fantasy team because I think I had a couple of fire defenders in there. So.
So do we think that'll be a straight positional change, or will they change their system a little bit?
I think now we see the 4-2-2-2 that they talked about for preseason. I think Abong and Wright Phillips will play up top, and Sasha and Mike Grella sort of inside and advanced with Dax and Felipe. Yep.
One of the things that I've noticed with Toronto over the years is that they do tend to drop deeper and deeper over games. It'll be interesting to see if they can hold up.
Yeah. That's a good point. And, you know what, I think fatigue is probably an issue as well because they don't have that guy who can hold the ball up top. With Josie out, they don't have someone you can lump it to and just take a breather.
Let's take a look at the lineups for San Jose and Colorado.
That is not where I expected to see Simon Dawkins playing. It's a little more offensive in that 4-man midfield than I thought we would get.
There you go.
But there's some talent out there. People are sleeping on the Quakes.
Yeah, that almost looks like it's going to be a 4-1-3-2, right?
I think you're right.
Dawkins in a more advanced role, and Godoy holding alone.
There's Colorado Rapids for you. And Zach McMath in goal, right? But Clint Irwin sent away in the offseason.
I mean, it still powers in that number 10 role, and I don't think he's really that type of player. Well, maybe, I guess it's supposed to be goal New England.
We'll get there in a second.
Okay.
We'll get there in a second.
I guess it's supposed to be a 4-2-3-1, but my guess is it should play more like a 4-3-3 with Gashi and Baji pretty high on the sides.
All right, so let's go back to Houston moments ago, and as Matt Doyle mentioned, New England Revolution in Houston getting on the board first.
Fagundes with a
Diego Fagundes.
amazing strike.
From outside the box.
Yeah.
Wasn't I the idiot who was just saying that I like the more inside the box?
Right on cue. Looks like he took it with his chest. Strikes it inside out, far corner. Tough start for my Houston squad. 3 minutes in.
And not a way that you want to start at home for the season, but it's a great strike.
Just a simple knockdown, really. Misclearance.
I think that's probably an early front runner for goal of the week. Though Tommy Max was really nice as well. This is what San Jose is going to do. They're going to let you knock it around. They're going to draw that line, not too.
All right, so New England has a 1-0 lead on Houston Dynamo. And in a minute, we're going to bring you back to something that happened moments ago in Dallas, because we have activity from FCD. And Mauro Diaz put one in the back of the net, but it's called offside.
That all unfolded rather quickly.
Looks like they called a handball for it.
Did they?
Handball?
Yep. Was it a good hard near post run from Rudy? And
great little clip from Tiba Harris. I believe it was that clipped it in.
That was the offside, right?
No. Handball right there in the box. Diaz brings the ball down with his
They're saying Tiba Harris came back from an offside position.
Oh.
At least that's what I'm being told.
It was played by the other team. I don't think that would be the call because it came off of Philadelphia player.
Yeah, it looked like it did come off of Pontius, didn't it?
Yeah, and so I think the play continued, and it was a handball in the box. Diaz does grab it with his right arm. Good catch by the referee.
All right, so we got all 4 games going on live right now, or at least 4 of the games. There are actually 6 games that are taking place at the moment.
Another change for the Red Bulls, bringing Sean Wright Phillips in for Mike Grella, I believe. Guys, I think we all know if Toronto FC get a point out of this one, they will be absolutely thrilled.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge bit of confidence for them, especially after, seeing that they're going to play on the road that much. To go against the team that won the Supporters' Shield, a team that hasn't changed many players, is pretty incredible.
And look, they haven't put much together offensively, but they've looked really solid defensively. They aided and abetted by some wayward finishing from the Red Bulls, but I really do expect this team to be a lot better along the back line than they were last year.
Yeah, and as good as New York has looked on the back line, and they have, but this is the first time we're seeing them. So if one mistake could actually cost them all the points in this game.
Yeah.
Well, this is a point now also that you don't want to get too greedy early in the season, where you just want to make sure that you're organized, tactically sound. You've got 10 minutes to go. Now you want to rely and lean on your veterans to be able to control the rest of this game, not force yourself to have to get 3 points, but at bare minimum, take a point, keep a clean sheet, and build on that.
So for Toronto, you're talking about?
Well, I'm talking about for both teams being able to take. Well, especially for Toronto, but for the Red Bulls, they want to get a goal, but you don't want to go full throttle and start to become exposed by a Giovinco who we see up here.
Yes, Giovinco's making a move, and there was almost that moment right there.
That's it.
You're prescient, Heath.
Looks like the referees called a penalty.
Did they call a penalty?
Yeah.
It looks like they did.
Great ball here from Giovinco.
Yeah, Toronto's going to...
Oh, well. Yep, Thunder lunges in, doesn't play the ball at all. So
everyone here? Everyone thinks?
I agree.
I think that's the right call.
Yeah, he's arriving late, not in a great position, should be inside of his man there. Ball comes across from Giovinco, puts it in the mix just to see what could happen, and then that's exactly what happens. It's exactly what you don't want if you're a Red Bull player at this moment.
Maybe scoot a little bit.
All right, Luis Robles is going to stare down the dragon here. League MVP, Sebastian Giovinco. One-0 Toronto. Whoa. Hello. What's going on there?
That, for our younger fans, that's actually a Jason Christ celebration.
He stole it from him.
What is 108 goals he scored in MLS? Everyone with that same exact celebration. Yeah.
By the way, Peter Walton is still in the building. In fact, he is in the control room. So, Peter, I'd like to ask you what you thought of the call. Penalty?
Russ, yes, you obviously, did the defender attack the ball? Yes, he did. Did he actually get the ball? No, he didn't. He went through the back of the Toronto player and suffered the consequences. For me, it's a penalty kick.
All right, thank you, Peter.
So that was Ba who committed the, or was it
Olem, not Olem. Sorry. Kamar Lawrence.
Yeah, it was Lawrence.
Yeah. Just now, Heath, you were talking about Toronto building some confidence now to be able to possibly get 3 points out of that. It's a huge start to the season for them.
Yeah.
And just so everybody knows, Kevin Brown has gone fetal and is busy searching Curse of Curricula on social media. Sorry, Kev.
Wow. By the way, do we have now if you're Toronto, you just try to shut it down, right? That's it? Kill this game?
No doubt about it. This will be a defensive sub, and they'll just try to lock down the result.
Honestly, though, how big of a disappointment is it for the Red Bulls? It is. I mean, Kalen, you were talking about how this game matters as much as any game in the middle of the summer or the end of the year, and these are points that they probably should have had, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's unquestionable. These are two of the top teams in the conference. These two teams will probably be battling it out along with Columbus to see who wins the division, maybe throw in New England. But these points are critical, and I think it's one of the most maddening things about our game is that the Red Bulls have been completely dominant in this match. They've been in and around Toronto's box for the last 30 minutes easily, have seen chance after chance after chance go away, and now they may walk out of this game with 0 points to show for it.
That's why it would have been nice to see Verone on the pitch to be able to make that final pass and really change the game a little bit and really create a different dynamic in the team, playing against a Toronto team that's able to sit in two strong blocks and being able to block all those lanes. To have a guy who can really create something on his own, I think would be just another added dimension.
What I missed was how the breakout happened for Toronto FC. I didn't see how the ball was lost in central midfield, and I want to go back afterwards and sort of rewind the tape and figure out whether they were just a little bit too overeager in how high they were pushing up and maybe got a little bit gappy between the center defensive fullbacks. This is huge, though. This really is. Oof.
Going to go to 3 in the back. Now it should look like a 3-5-2, right?
Yeah, with the Bong and BWP up top.
Yep. Maybe even a 3-4-3 because you put the other right Phillips on the other side and just throw numbers into the box at this point.
Looks like a score change up at the NYC Chicago, 3-2 NYC.
Yeah.
By the way, MLS is such a home dominant league. So naturally, we have 6 games and I think 4 road teams are winning.
Is it home dominant as compared to other leagues?
Compared to other leagues, yeah. And it's because of parity, and it's because of travel and different climates and different surfaces. Harrington's
already with a
beating.
Cracked open head going hard in the air.
Toronto holding on here. It's the first start of the day, and now just a little over 3 minutes plus extra time for Toronto to hold on and try to get them all.
This is exactly what you want Will Johnson for, contesting every single ball in central midfield.
You got it, just running things down and making life very difficult on the midfield of the Red Bulls.
You've got a Michael Bradley, two guys who thrive in these types of scenarios that you know aren't going to take a play off, that aren't going to flip that switch off just for 1 minute to allow a team back into it, you know? That intelligence to know when to kill the game and when to press and when to sit.
And you mentioned Toronto playing their first 8 games on the road. I'm thinking to myself, okay, they're looking for 8 points out of those first 8 games. To start this one off with 3 points is a big, big step for them.
Yeah, and this is probably not the one they had circled as the possible win game. You know, this is a 1 point. They came kind of out that way as well. You know, they absorbed and were strong defensively. They're getting a little bit more. Yeah.
All right, so we got 4 other games that are live right now. Here, actually 5 other games. Here are 4 of them. And let's go back, though. Let's go back to Red Bull Arena. This is the first game of the day is winding down. Let's watch the thrilling conclusion of New York Red Bulls and Toronto FC, and then we'll get to the other games.
Jason, as you mentioned, with getting 3 points out of maybe 8 points of the first 8 games on the road, I've worked with Greg Vanney and Robin Fraser, and they break things down into month to month on point goals, and that's probably a very realistic outlook of what they're trying to accomplish. They break the season down into small portions instead of a big picture view, and it allows you to focus more on those kinds of moments, and I think 3 points today will be huge.
Well, let's see. The Red Bulls have one more opportunity, and we'll see how much stoppage time is added on here with about 10 seconds left. Or is that 89th minute right now? 1:10 left. Let's listen in to the gentleman calling the game on the home network for the New York Red Bulls on MSG. It's Steve Cangelosi and Shep Messing. We'll let them take us to the conclusion, and then we'll come back in after that.
McCarty sees it taken away by Giovinco. Sebastian Giovinco moving forward, gives it a go and fires over the bar.
Well, what a player he is, Giovinco. Every time he touches the ball, electricity. You never, if you're Red Bull, want to open the season if this game ends with the score intact, but these things happen. Frustrating performance. Most of it because of the way Toronto FC played.
Played back, Zizzo will guide it back to Luis Robles. Nearly 90 minutes played. Fans have been waiting to bust out all afternoon. They've been unable to do so. Sean Wright Phillips sees Delgado work that away. Sean Davis to the foot of McCarty. His pass broken up, taken back by Giovinco. Coming back the other way, Giovinco lays it off. Delgado moving ahead, trying to put the game away, and he scores! Marky Delgado, as stoppage time begins, has given Toronto what seems an insurmountable lead now on this opening day.
I'll tell you what, I keep saying it, Steve. This sport is the craziest sport in the world because it's inevitable. If you're Red Bull, you're pressing everything forward. One ball squirts out to Giovinco, and how good is he? He knows exactly what to do, puts it on his teammate's foot. Nothing Robles can do.
Toronto FC was, simply put, a bad road team last season. They won June 6th at RFK Stadium against DC United. Didn't win a road game the rest of the year. They were 0-7-2. Starting with 8 straight away from BMO Field and looking to do so with 3 points. Now have doubled the lead, and they're in position now for their first ever win in this stadium. You have to go back to 2008, a victory at Giant Stadium for the last time they won a game in New Jersey. This potentially a big breakthrough for them in the opening game.
Now, Steve, you hit it on the head, because for Red Bull, look, this is a blip. It's not what you wanted, obviously. It's probably going to be irrelevant in terms of how the season goes, but for Toronto, this is huge.
Zizzo headed away by Bradley. Zizzo now trying to get New York on the board, taken here by Abong. Deflects off Toronto. Roughly a minute to play. Zizzo to the foot of Gideon Ba. Headed away. Felipe sees the ball guided away by Osorio, and on the far side, Delgado will get on this, plays it ahead. Jovinko trying to get on this, works it away from Robles. Jovinko, will he have a chance? Gideon Ba cleans it up.
Well, the only bright light for me in this game, or the most important one for Red Bull, is this man, Gideon Ba.
All right, guys, so Toronto FC coming up big, maybe against the run of play, if you will.
We jinxed it. We started talking about exactly what New York shouldn't do, and then they went out and did it twice. So that's our fault.
That's right. That's not their fault. But anything that you thought of either of these teams coming into this game or this season justified or maybe overturned by what you watched in this game?
Well, I think that obviously Red Bull started last season really strong. I think it was their first 7 matches or something they were undefeated. And then after that, they hit a rough patch that people started to say, okay, they've settled in. And then they were able to bounce back from that and then go on a run for the rest of the season. This changes things a little bit, right? It's not the ideal start for them, but we're seeing some of where their flaws are. We're seeing where they're vulnerable, and that's late in matches having that organization.
All right, so New York Red Bulls fall to Toronto FC. Moments ago in Dallas, this happened.
Magic. Yeah, I mean, that's Mauro Diaz to Fabian Castillo, and that is what this potential Dallas dynasty, and I really do think it's a potential dynasty if you look at the number of guys they have aged like 22 through 25.
Well, they're all rowing together.
That's what it's built on, man. This team is going to be so good. And that is textbook how not to play a high line defense.
Well, again, you get an outside back that's caught watching. He decides to try to play that trap. He wants to sit up high instead of maybe trying to track him, make that last-second decision, which is what you need from a guy. You need that experience to say, hey, my line's high, but I know that I can make this play if I track it down instead of trying to hold that line.
It's a great little outside-to-in run, too, from Fabian. To push wide, you're constantly looking over your shoulder as an outside back. Next thing you know, you look to your right, and he's cut straight across through the heart of the back line.
And while we were watching Dallas get on the board for a 1-0 lead on Philadelphia, we had action in Chicago. So let's take you to moments ago in Chicago. It was 3-2 NYCFC
against Orlando City.
And I do agree with Pano. I think that the response from the team the second half has been great.
Holster goes down. McNamara, Discarood, and New York City again expands their lead to 2.
That is a picture-perfect strike. That is, put that in a textbook.
Really well, pushing the game.
Say that again, Matt?
That's a picture-perfect strike. Put that in a textbook. Put that, you know, if you're a kid trying to, you know, learn proper technique, this is what you want to see.
Jason, I think there was some thought. I think Mix would agree, and I think he has, that he's underperformed in MLS to the expectation of himself and of people. What did you see from him last year? What did you see in January camp, and what could he improve upon?
Yeah, I think no doubt about it that you would have to say that Mix Discarood underperformed last year, but if you look at it from his point of view, he was played in a different position than his typical position is. We were forced to play him more of in a wing position the entire season last year rather than where he's natural, which is in a more central role. Another, I think, box-to-box talented number 8 in this league, and he took some time. Every player that enters this league, I don't care whether they're American or foreign or coming from college or coming from the NASL, every player in this league needs time to adapt to what the league looks like and what the demands are.
Well, Mix is on the board, and NYCFC has a 4-2 lead on the Chicago Fire. Right now in the 67th minute, we're back in Dallas now. It's Fabian Castillo has given FC Dallas a 1-0 lead. You mentioned a budding dynasty, but if Castillo goes, like we all expect that it could happen, does that...
Castillo goes, they get paid. And if they get paid, they go out and they find the next 19-year-old Colombian who could be Fabian Castillo.
Oh, okay.
I really
They're
think...
just there, they're in Colombia, like
I think
sprouting.
They know... Yeah. The Colombian youth setup is pretty good, and Oscar has proved that he can really develop these kids. I mean, Michael Barrios, the first half of last season was nothing. And by the end of last season, he was a legitimate weapon. So I think this team has all the upside in the world for not just 2016, but through the end of the decade.
But they've committed to playing the kids, right? So a lot of clubs are not, they may have the homegrown system, but not quite the faith to really give these guys a run. And I think Dallas, the interesting part for me is you start seeing big clubs like a Seattle starting to go younger. And I think Dallas has been the mold.
Yeah. Well, Oscar Pareja started with that academy system at one point. He was there, and he knows the kinds of players that were coming up. He knows how to work with young players and youth players. And you can see a guy like that who has that confidence in his guys, where you have other managers, other coaches that don't always have that confidence in the youth.
Well, there's no substitute for actually working with a player. I mean, as you said, Oscar was there a while back in the academy, and when you actually get to coach those players and gain trust in them, I think it becomes a much easier thing to do, to know what they're capable of and to believe in them.
I remember the game we were watching before in Orlando, where Orlando City SC and Real Salt Lake were both at 10 men. It was 1-0 RSL on a João Plata penalty kick. This is moments ago in Orlando, because we've got more action. And it's Plata again.
Wow, excellently started by Martinez.
Yeah, they're going to need
those 2-3 players started that whole thing off and showing what a special player he can be in this league.
They're going to need that sparkly burrito gif again, I think, because that was something else. And a good near post run from Movsisian to drag the defense away, and Plata just clinical.
When you have a guy like that who has an X factor of abilities, can beat 2-3 guys, it changes everything, right? He faces up the field. You're forcing a lot of guys to make decisions on their back foot, and those kinds of things come of it.
All right, so not even halftime yet, but closing in on halftime there in RSL. About a 2-0 lead on the road at Orlando in a very hostile environment. And let's take you back now to Houston, where Dynamo are rocking the painted black unis. What do you think? What are the first on the field? We'll start with uniforms. How do the unis look?
Well, Kalen had mentioned earlier that there's only one thing greater than winning, and that's looking good in your kit. So,
I tell you what, I don't know if I'd want to wear those jerseys in August in Houston, but they look sharp. I really like them. It's a tough start for the Dynamo. The first 3 minutes at home opener to give up a goal. Excellent strike by Fagundes. I think that Dynamo back line is something to watch. Those center back pairing had some trouble last year, and I think they're in for a little bit of a rough one.
That was moments ago there in Dallas, and a big save by Andre Blake, who, former top pick of the draft, this is his first opportunity to be a full-time number 1. How much of a question mark is he for you, Jason?
Well, I think anytime you've got a first-year player starting as your starting goalkeeper, you've got question marks and you've got concerns. But he's a player that I actually think has a big potential. It might be some growing pains, but I think in the end, after 10, 12, 15 games this year, I think we're going to see a really talented player that's got a big future.
The thing that Jason talked about before with Nick Raimondo, his ability to organize, to be loud, and to put out fires before they start. That's always the question with a young keeper. Does Andre Blake have that? Doesn't lack for confidence from everything I've heard, but there are finer points to the position that really just come with experience.
What do you guys think of the partnership between Ernie Stewart and Jim Curtin and how that can or might develop?
I think I'm really happy for Jim Curtin after his previous partnership. I think I saw him at the Combine, and he was in really good spirits, and he's kept that up throughout the preseason. But Ernie's going to have to prove it like everybody else. He was a great player. He did great work in the front office in the Netherlands, but MLS is a different animal. Not everything that you learn over there is going to be applicable over here.
I think the New York City-Chicago game's now 4-3. Might be the first.
Yeah, well, let's check it out. This is moments
first game of the year with 7 goals in it.
Let's check it out. This is moments ago in Chicago.
If you don't track the runners, there's another opportunity with a common pace.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Gets clipped down, but David Accam unable to get the shot off.
Accam with space and with pace. That's what I meant to say.
As Alvarez sent him in, and now Alvarez will ready for the corner. Cochise dummies it.
Yeah, we got a handball in the box.
And they're going to the spot. A chance for the Chicago Fire to
so
get within
guilty
one.
right away. You got to learn not to look so guilty.
Off the hand of Shelton.
All right, guys. I mean,
you don't get the first call. You
got him in the arm. Is that a clear handball?
To me, it is, but I feel like you see that call not given a lot these days.
He was trying to pull away from it.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to pull away from it, in my opinion. I just think that he could be a little bit more on his toes and expecting the worst. And it's easy for me to sit here. There it is. It's easy for me to sit here and say that, but you know that ball's coming in. It could bounce. It could go anywhere. Kind of being more ready, more prepared for anything that's going to come in.
Like, as a striker, you're supposed to expect the defender to miss the ball, right? But that applies defensively as well. You have to expect your teammates not going to make that clearance and be prepared.
All right, this is a good situation to bring back Peter Walton, who's in the control room. Peter, handball or no?
For me, it was handball. The ball has travelled a good distance there. The defender had every opportunity to get his arm out of the way. He did try to get his arm out of the way. However, the ball did strike his arm, and for me, it's a penalty kick.
All right, so there you have it. It's true. He was traveling a distance, and even though he did try to get his hand out of the way, it struck his arm, and that's Peter's point. That it's a handball, and now we got ourselves a 1-goal game there in Chicago. Back to Dallas, where it's 1-0 right now. In favor of FC Dallas, it's Fabian Castillo with the goal.
I got to tell you, Philly have strung together a couple of sequences, nice passing sequences through midfield that I didn't necessarily expect to see from them this early in the year. They may have. I mean, Ilsinho's resume sort of speaks for itself. So.
Geez, Walker Zimmerman, Texas Ranger, he's drawn blood. He's halfway to a crimson mask there.
Yeah. Was it an elbow?
No, that looks like a heel almost.
That's the heel of a boot.
And thus the blood, right?
He's not the first guy today that's just opened up.
That's right.
Got a couple of flesh wounds so far, but first day of the season.
Opening day. It's a rough way to start.
By the way, say hi to everybody. We're on camera now.
Hey, gang.
we're exactly where you left us the last time, except you can't see it, but we have 6 monitors in front of us right now. So we're trying to watch everything to make sure we catch it all for you, but we do appreciate you joining us here on MLS Soccer Sunday. Week 1 live.
Yeah.
6 games in all, 5 games still going on. Toronto FC with the first win of the season, 2-0 over the New York Red Bulls.
Road teams are undefeated.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
That was just a really good yellow card right there from Brian Carroll, because Mauro Diaz had spun away, and you know when that happens, the next thing that comes is a through ball. So necessary play by the Union veteran.
Jason, did you play against Brian Carroll? I'm being honest. I'm being serious. You might have, right?
I would think I would have. Yeah, I would have. He would have been with DC United.
Yeah, Carroll became a starter around 2004 or 5 with DC.
I covered him as a young player in DC United.
Yeah, and then he had that run. He won 4 straight Supporters' Shield. DC in 06 and 07, and then Columbus in 08 and 09. So he's won quite a bit in this league.
In fact, he was there with a young Bobby Boswell.
But way back in the day.
On the way, we take the Wayback Machine. Bobby came in 05, I do believe, right after they won the Cup. And then won a bunch of Supporter Shields. Never, clearly DC never won the Cup since then.
He also went to Houston right after Houston won the Cup.
Exactly. He has impeccable time.
I think Kai has the record for most teams of doing that, right? Jumping when he leaves or before he arrives, they win championship. 3.
He's been on enough teams.
I know Sporting won just after he left.
Right.
I don't remember before that. Or he came to the Crew just after they won.
And Houston as well, right? When they won.
That's right.
Afterwards, yeah.
Yeah.
The one way to make Dom Kinnear instantly angry at you is to ask him why.
Try to chip him?
What a chance.
Is to ask him what happened with Wando and Kamara. Because Dom had both of those guys in Houston, and of course they didn't blow up till later on in their careers.
What's this guy's ceiling, Costa?
Excellent player for me. And again, somebody that I'd never worked with, just liked from afar. And after working with him in this January camp, I'll tell you, for me, one of the brightest young prospects in this country and in this league.
What position?
I think he's a multi-talented player. He's obviously been playing a lot of holding midfielder for Dallas. With the national team, we played him at outside back the entire time. I had a conversation with him, and I think this goes back to what we were talking about earlier with Breck Shea, whether or not he's an outside back. For me, if you want to be a big contributor for the national team, it ought to at least be a consideration about playing outside back if you can, because I think that's really where the national team is weak right now. I think we got a lot of very talented central midfielders. We don't have a lot of talented outside backs.
Well, I think if we've learned anything from Jurgen Klinsmann, it's you better be versatile.
Well, I was going to ask, is it to his advantage to play that position for his club then? I mean, to be able to go play for the national team.
Certainly, if you want to be somebody that's going to contend at the very, very highest levels to play in that position, I think that's something that you probably need to play that position for your club. But I don't think it would necessarily be the greatest idea for Kellen to walk into Oscar Pereira's office and say, hey, I want to play for the national team, so I got to play outside back. Right. I think that he does the right thing, which is to play where the coach wants him and where the team needs him.
Right, when you talk about the national team, if your end goal is to go to a World Cup, right, after the fifth, you're taking 23. After 15 or 16 in the depth positions, they're going to take as many guys who have multi-positions as possible because ideally you want to bring more strikers. You want to bring more guys who, if they're hot, you want to throw them on the field. You don't want to waste positions with guys who you don't want to have 3 outside backs, 4 outside backs. But if you have a guy who can play center back, holding midfielder, right back, that's a guy you want because you can know you can slot him in when you need to.
No doubt about it. At RSL, we had faced with several decisions over the years about bringing players in. And we would always come down to, it seemed like it came down to so many times, we've got player A and we've got player B. Player A can play one position, player B can play 2 positions. We're taking player B.
And from a player's perspective, obviously, the more positions you can play, the more chances you have to be on the field. So whether that's if you play out wide one day, if that's in the back, wherever it is, you're going to have chances, the more positions, obviously.
All right, guys, we're going to step away from this game for a moment. We're closing in on halftime in Dallas, FC Dallas up 1-0. And both sides here are games that are coming down to it. And we've got ourselves a 1-goal game in Chicago with about 9 minutes left, a 2-goal game in Orlando with about 12 minutes to go.
I think that Chicago, obviously they're going to be very, very, very disappointed defensively with what they've done today. But of the two teams, I think it's actually Orlando who's going to be most disappointed. RSL coming in on short rest, on turf, 2,000 miles away. Orlando City had to see this as an opening day win.
Well, if you look at what took place last year with Orlando, they had a lot of discipline issues with red cards, players being sent off, and that was one of their major focuses, is maturity, is discipline, of knowing how to handle games, finishing games with 11 players, and they weren't able to do that on day one, and that can't be a great start to the season.
And you just saw up on the right side of your screen a big chance in Orlando, but no dice.
Yeah, to go back to what you were just saying, I think that as a coach, I would have to be absolutely beside myself that you've gotten yourself to a man advantage against a team at home, and one of your midfielders is going to go into a challenge the way Seren did. It was a ridiculously poor decision, an immature decision, and ultimately, I think, cost them the points in this game.
And he's your captain, right? That's the guy you want to lean on to lead you. You've got 70-plus minutes now to find 3 points.
The other thing we talked about is their over-dependence maybe on Kaká, right?
Yeah.
Losing him last minute is never a good thing, but you see how he impacts this team when he's not there.
Certainly, he's going to be an air of confidence that he brings to the rest of the group. And certainly what he does with his passing ability and finding guys in good spots in the attacking third of the field. But I also think there's a sort of an unwritten thing that happens as well. Just by having him on the field, I think all of the players around him probably feel like, I'm a better player today because Kaká's next to me.
And they're right. every single one of them is right in that case. I do wonder why we didn't see maybe a different look. Bring on another true forward, try to do something a little bit different. It's just game one. You can't kill them too much, but this really is a disappointment. Chicago's pushing.
Yeah, it might not be a bad idea for us to just watch this Chicago game, all of us together. It's a one-goal game with two defenses that haven't shown that they can stop anything.
Yeah. There could be 7 more goals left in this game.
Yeah. We might as well focus in on this Chicago game. If something happens, we'll let you know. So watch that game on the left, if you will, for a little bit.
Now, the trouble with having so many of these games on at once is I haven't been able to really watch Brandon Vincent. And he's a player who I've liked a lot from what I've seen of him. Jason, you had him in January at camp. What were your impressions?
Really, really impressed with him. He was a guy that I actually hadn't seen play college soccer at all, being that he was on the West Coast and last year doing the majority of the watching before we had the team. Was a guy that I had heard some really nice scouting reports about, but in typical fashion, I was a bit of a skeptic. When we had him in January, what really struck me right away was that this was a kid that just did not seem out of place from minute one, and I think that's a huge thing to do.
Great cross from him right there.
Yeah, to be a college player coming in with zero professional experience to go get thrown in right into the full national team. And the way he handled himself and the way he comported himself every single day in training showed that this was a kid that was ready to take the next step and to take it in a big way.
It's like carnage on the field there in Chicago. Goalie down, player from each team down. It's coming down too. We're bringing in some fresh voices to the studio. Katie Witham is with us. Diego Pinzon.
On this game, the Chicago NYCFC game. Did anyone expect to see a scoreline like this at this point?
Not like this, but
maybe not like this, but I think
this had the highest probability of goals, right?
Yeah, I think we knew that these would be two pretty bad defenses, at least out of the gate this year.
I alluded to earlier that I think that it's very typical to see teams that are extremely well organized defensively and to see not so great things on the attacking side of things. So for me, it was a big shock to see 7 goals in one match and actually see as many goals as we have seen in all the games today. And I think some decent attacking play. It's been a bit of a surprise. Usually you just see teams having just stalemate because they're both are very, very defensive-oriented this early in the season.
And according to Paul Carr from ESPN, this Chicago NYC game ties the record for most goals in an opening game. So that's impressive for the start of the season right this week.
I think we're set for an extended period of stoppage time in Chicago because we still have injuries being sorted out on the field, and now we have an opportunity for Orlando to pull one back, and a huge save. Was that Nick Raimondo who dove in front of that? That was Nick Raimondo coming up big as he has done for a long time in this league.
I was going to say, would you expect any less? I mean, Nick Raimondo flying around everywhere, that's what I expect to see. So, for you, Jason, was it a pleasure coaching a guy like that for so long at Real Salt Lake?
Yeah, Raimondo's fantastic.
Oh
really fantastic. What he gives you in the locker room with his leadership, and with sorting out plays before they happen is extremely important. And the one thing that I always valued extremely highly is how good he is with his feet. An amazing soccer player can really change the dynamic of a team with how good he is with his distribution.
He's not very tall, but the way he jumps, it's insane.
He plays like he's 10 feet tall.
Yeah, totally.
He really does.
And we just saw right there how fast he is off his line. Because he's so quick like that, he allows the defense to take a few more risks, to play a little bit higher. He's like having an extra field player out there.
Kevin, what's going on social media when it comes to this Orlando City team?
Guys, the #1 mark of a league's progress is fan angst. And MLS fans are already at mid-season form. Peter Brown is already asking if Orlando City head coach Adrian Heath is on the hot seat. That's incredible dedication to panicking.
How long did that take, by the way?
One game.
How many, how many minutes were we in?
And
I think Jason Christ just threw up in his mouth, by the way.
As a matter of fact, I did.
And the way that you know an MLS season is official, Dave Martinez at Empire of Soccer is already talking Red Bulls fans off the ledge, saying, "My people, it's too early for #ThatSoMetro. This is just the first game of preseason that actually counts."
#relax.
Relax.
Can we go back to the guy that tweeted earlier and find out if Ba is still the best defender in the league?
He is. None of this was his fault. That was a great signing. And Philadelphia Union is only 1/2 into the season, and RH Golem has already said the season is over.
Oh, gosh. And they're only down 1 goal. You're down 1 goal.
But he's actually correct.
That is awful.
Burn.
That is awful. All right, hey, we'll get back to you soon. Hey, guys, what we want to do is take you back a few minutes ago in Houston because we have activity down in Texas. This is what happened.
Just out of That's a mess right there. That's either Tierney or Gonzalez or Shuttleworth has got to do something like that.
That is your prototypical first game of the year mistake.
When watching that, I mean, it looked like he came off his line strong, but like, what is the defense as a whole doing? It's like miscommunication at its finest, right?
By the way, Shuttleworth is my goalie in fantasy. He's got some explaining to do.
Yes, he does.
All right, let's go to Chicago. Final minute now. Final minute of regulation. We should get some stoppage time. Patrick Vieira looking for his first win as an MLS head coach in his very first game. NYCFC clinging to a 4-3 lead on the Chicago Fire.
Something on this team, specifically on Tony Taylor, who scored the second goal for New York City FC.
Yeah.
He's already being scouted. It's like 6 minutes of stoppage time.
Well, a big injury.
He's already been scouted by and closely followed by Panama, by Panamanian national team. Mandario Bolillo Gomez already has approached the guy.
Oh.
He's expressed his interest to play for the Panamanian national team. His parents are Panamanian, so we might see him in Copa America Centenario with another jersey because he played for the under-20 and under-23 for the U.S. national team.
So he would have to file a one-time switch, and once you do that, there's no
Done, you're in.
That's it.
That seems like it's way over my head, to be perfectly honest. 6 minutes of stoppage time is
It's a lot, but it makes it makes sense. There was a big injury that took up a lot of time just there.
Jason, I'm going to put you back in the hot seat. As you watch this first game of the season, I know there's a ton of expectation, a ton of pressure with NYCFC. What would a win in this first game mean in a game like this, too, that's just all over the place?
I think it's massive. It's massive for the confidence of the team. It's massive for the confidence of the head coach, who's brand new at this, first time coaching a professional team, and I think he's gone about it in a particular way. He's been very aggressive with his style. He's been very aggressive in everything he said about how he wants to play, and this looks like an aggressive team. Scored a lot of goals and gave up a lot of goals.
Nice to see guys like Taylor, Kyrie Shelton, Tommy McNamara, Mix Diskerud, because they need those young guys to step up and be better than they were last year. I mean, obviously they need the old guys to be better than they were last year as well. But look, you can't plan just 1 year at a time in MLS. You have to have 2, 3, 4 years. And those are the guys who will be around 2, 3, 4 years from now.
Well, and I remember last season, I mean, Jason, you talked a lot about Tommy Mack and just his knack for being in the right spot at the right time around the goal. And I think that's a lot to say about him. I mean, a lot of people say, hey, you're lucky you're in the right spot at the right time, but...
No, I don't think that's luck. I think it oftentimes looks like luck. And speaking as a guy that wasn't the most talented player in the league, but scored a few goals, I was in the right spot at the right time a lot as well. So I know a bit about that. But I think it's what you're seeing here, and I think what you're going to continue to see with New York is that there are good players on this team that need time together. And I think that they will be an improved team this year because of that. I mean, we look out at the team that's out there right now and the team that started the game, there aren't that many changes to the team that we had last year.
And it's good to see this sort of players, these young players, scoring. And, you know, we have a team that scored 4 goals today, and their goal scorer didn't score in any of them.
Is that disappointing, though, when you look at the other side of it, the fact that...
Well, I think for certain, David will be disappointed. He's a goal scorer, and he feels the need to score in games to feel like he's contributed. So I'm certainly, on a personal note, he'll feel disappointed with that. But I think the rest of the team should feel great about it.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he'll get his goals. Villa will get his goals. So if you can get 4, to Jason's point, if you can get 4, none of them come from him, that's a pretty good day at the office. Now the question is, are they going to give up 4? Because there's still time left.
Right. They may not give up 4 today, but they're going to have a couple of shocking defensive displays throughout the course of this season.
Well, and it just goes back to what Jason was saying. I mean, they've talked about they want to be an aggressive team. That's what happens, right?
What do we got? We got a handball there?
The foul by Chicago.
The foul.
Yeah, I mean, the flip side to the positive talk that we've been having is that if I'm a team at the beginning of a season and I don't have a little bit better defensive structure, I'm concerned.
Yeah.
For me, I think that's where the starting point for every team should be, is to be really defensively sound and to not give up 3 goals in a match and not give up the number of chances that they certainly have in the game. So it'll be a work in progress that I think they're going to have to spend some time on over the coming weeks, because they're going to have to get that sorted out.
Both 2 o'clock starts are now in stoppage time. 4 minutes of stoppage time in Orlando, Real Salt Lake with a 2-0 lead. And we are getting closer and closer to that 6-minute mark of stoppage time in Chicago. New York City FC with a 4-3 lead on the Chicago Fire. 7 goals in this opening day match.
Let's flip it. Let's talk about what this means for the Fire. Because this is like, they have the new left back, Brendan Vincent. They have 2 new central defenders. They have a new right back. They went out and they totally reconstructed the team.
Whoa. Hello.
But will that be what they say today? We went out, we completely reconstructed the team. We need more time to find that chemistry.
That should be what they say, and I think that's the truth. I mean, it is the truth. I don't think it's a message that they're going to have to struggle to come up with. It's the absolute truth. It takes time.
Yeah, and if we see something like this in a month, 2 months, fans are going to start questioning the decisions that was made during the offseason.
I guarantee you the fans are already questioning.
Yeah, for sure. And
oh man, that would
but
stink.
I think
if it was
they should give them time. Yeah. Like if 2 months from now the Fire is still lacking defensively,
that was a bit of a letdown defensively, and a huge chance for NYCFC. 2 chances.
And now I'm disappointed because I have Villa on my team, on my
Great
fantasy team.
Right.
And maybe this is the former defender from a long time ago in me coming out, but I always felt like as that defensive group, it takes another minute, too, to get on the same page. When you bring in new people, I don't want to say it takes longer than maybe forwards gelling, but you really have to know the instincts and trust the other person, so
operate as a unit.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
look, that was,
when you slide together.
That was what we were talking about with the Red Bulls today.
Well, start from this. Start from
All right,
how many players?
final seconds here in Chicago, and maybe a final opportunity for the Chicago Fire. And we got a goal in Orlando as Orlando City SC is on the board with not a whole lot of time left, maybe less than a minute of stoppage time.
Kyle Aaron.
Yeah, Kyle Aaron on the board.
Go Huskies.
Honoring that number 9 in Chicago. Back.
You guys were talking about.
And the final whistle has blown in Chicago. NYCFC with a 4-3 win over the Chicago Fire. So we'll take it full here in Orlando. And here's Kyle Aaron's goal.
What an instinctual finish that is just wonderful.
It makes it look so easy, right?
Yeah. That's what goal scorers
You
do.
guys talked about Kyle Aaron earlier. I thought it was interesting. I read that Adrian Heath said he's faster this year. When they clock him, he's faster. So everybody that's talking about will he have that sophomore slump, Adrian basically said there's no excuse for him to have one. I want him to pick up where he's left on. But what difference does that make, Jason, when you have a forward that's even faster?
And then just tie the game. Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely.
That is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
How does that possibly happen? How does that happen?
I think you have a lot of falling asleep there. I mean, one ball over the top, you never want to allow a goal that easily.
Oh, my goodness. There was 30 seconds left in stoppage time. There was 30 seconds over the 4 minutes.
And Laren involved again.
And it's Laren right there. It's Kyle Aaron who scored the goal to make it 2-1 and pretty much produces the goal to make it 2-2.
It's surprising to me that Olave can body up against
Going to what you were just saying, Katie. Kyle Laren just outran Heineken Olave and outstrengthed him as well. And we haven't seen a lot of forwards who could do that over the last 6-7 years in MLS.
And a young guy. I mean, gosh, he has so much potential.
And again, I have to say it, a UConn Husky.
Well, I was gonna, I was gonna give you the line, and then they scored the goal, and I lost my train of thought because I was gonna get on you. But I'll tell you right now, when you mentioned the instinctual aspect of that first goal, you meant he learned it in Storrs, Connecticut.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
That's what you meant.
Produce greatness.
You were wrong, but.
So what do you guys think of the fact that...
This is totally shocking, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely shocking and could be really demoralizing for an RSL team that I think was in such a good spot. Played so well the last couple of weeks in the Champions League and obviously performed pretty well to put themselves in the 2-0 spot here, but this could be absolutely devastating to the group. Probably won't be because they've got enough veteran players to deal with it.
The 3 games, 3 late breakdowns from them. Yeah, the 2 against Tigres and now this one.
It's true.
I mean, it's a worry.
I want to know the guy who wrote on Twitter that Adrian Heath is on the hot seat. I want to know how he feels now. The problem is he's hyperventilating now. That guy, he can't type. He can't get his.
Is it great to see Orlando do this without Kaká, though?
It depends on if you want Orlando to lose or not. They probably don't think it's great in Utah, but look, Kyle Laren has the talent to be a golden boot type of player.
Yeah.
He has a talent to be a team leader and a difference maker, and that's what he just did. So I think you have to start thinking of it, Kaká, if Kaká is there or if he's not, it's no excuse. We have other good players. We have guys who can beat you, and now they have the proof.
All right, Kevin, what's happening on social media? Because it's got to be going nuts here.
Orlando has kind of subsided a little bit, and Megan Talk Soccer says some of our dignity has returned and is brought to us by Kyle Laren. There is hope without Kaká, and I think we've discovered why Orlando has improved so quickly. It turns out that Breck Shea is a Jedi in training. It's possible that man is a Skywalker. We don't know the plot lines for the next movie, but I have evidence.
That's nice.
That's fantastic stuff. All right, look, at 4:30 Eastern, and that's actually not that far. You have ESPN is picking us up on national television, a rematch of MLS Cup 2015 between the Portland Timbers and Columbus Crew SC. And moments ago, Jillian Sakovits, who's out there for us, spoke with Caleb Porter.
Coach, the Timbers taking the field today the first time as champions. How is this group going to use that to make sure that they get off to a good start?
Well, I don't know if we'll use it, but because we approach every game the same. But we'll come in with confidence, no doubt, like we always do. So I'm not worried about my group's mindset.
The emotions when the banner goes up, the Timbers Army sings the national anthem. What will that be like for you?
It'll be nice. I mean, it's great for the fans. We'll enjoy it for a second, and then the whistle will blow, and none of that will matter, and it's time to get 3 points.
What can everybody expect in this match? Last time you guys met, it was in Columbus, MLS Cup, and now they're here in your house.
A lot of similarities in the personnel. Obviously, a few tweaks, few changes. We expect a little more direct game early, but then the game will settle, and it'll probably be a similar game. Hopefully, it's a similar result.
Okay, thanks, Coach.
All right, Julian Sakovits there with head coach Caleb Porter of the Portland Timbers. And FS1 has a game going on in Seattle between Seattle Sounders and Sporting Kansas City. And for more on that game, we're going to turn it over to the guys who are calling that game. A guy named John Strong, who I know a little bit from working with at NBC, and Alexi Lawless, who we all know as well. So John and Alexi, while they get their thoughts together, maybe I'll get a thought from you about Seattle and Sporting Kansas City, that game that FS1 has on later today. What are the big talking points in your head going into that game?
Well, the big talk's been Jordan Morris, right?
Sure.
This has been the big talk. I think, as Jason Kreis had mentioned earlier, it might have been a little bit too much talk over a guy who's really not played a professional match yet or have any professional experience. He's played in the national team. He's dominated in college, but it'll be interesting to see how he transitions in a high-pressure atmosphere.
He's got a couple Champions League games in, though.
He has big shoes to fill, though, with Obi gone now. I mean,
well, I don't think that's fair to expect him to fill those shoes.
No, but I think people do.
No, but you know what? This is also his first game in a stadium that he's gone to his whole life. His father's on the medical staff there, right? That he grew up rooting for. And now he's playing a game that actually matters in the big scheme of things, in MLS competition. I got to imagine nerves are going to be part of it, too, for Jordan Morris.
Yeah, what's that like, guys?
He scored against Mexico.
He did, but it's just different. It's like he grew up with this team. You're home.
You're right.
It's like everyone you've ever known is like not only watching, but they're there.
Not only that, but a lot of times when you start as a player, you don't have enough experience to get in your own head, right? Okay. But at a certain point, it catches up to you, and you start to add the tactics that are being told you. You start to have all these people telling you things instead of saying just go out and play. Mm-hmm. There's a whole system that goes into that now, right? And at a certain point, it catches up to you, and the nerves set in, and all these things. You can't play forever on just youthful exuberance, I guess you could say. You know, there's something that goes on into it when you start having all these extra pieces.
I really think he's going to be fine. I don't think nerves are going to be an issue. The transition for me is he's been used as a substitute predominantly in his career. So with the national team, it's easy to come on, not easy, excuse me, but it's one challenge to come on for 15, 20 minutes, you know, bring that energy, speed, and he's been effective in that role. The challenge for him is now transitioning to being a day-in, day-out starter, understanding the pace and flow of a game. College soccer, you can get subbed out at times, so he's going to have to really work his way into the groove of a match.
I think we all agree that it's going to take time for him to actually groom himself and be a professional player. It's going to take a few games, a few months even. But I think the pressure is on him because he chose MLS over Werder Bremen, for example. Mm-hmm. He had an offer, and a lot of people would think that would take a toll on the player as well, because he definitely ended up coming home, as you were mentioning. Yeah. He's going to feel the shoes that Obafemi Martins left in Seattle, and also in that sense, I think Nelson Aida Valdez needs to take up a lot of that role as well, because he hasn't performed as Seattle would have hoped to as well.
All right, moments ago, they kicked off the second half in San Jose. We're going to play the opening kickoff of the second half with the hometown call from Anthony Passarelli and Chris Dangerfield. And we've got a goal from Wando.
I think he's on my fantasy team. I'm not sure.
You better make sure.
I think I was forced to.
You had a look on your face. You had a look on his face like he recognized something, and I thought we were going to get some deep, defensive, national team level analysis. Right? And that's what comes out of your mouth. That's awesome.
And then Kaylin responds, how did I not put him on my team?
Wando's my boy. I was an idiot.
Yeah, you guys grew up together?
Yeah, we played club soccer together growing up.
So break down this goal. How did he do? Can he
Two
do
players
better?
shadow him.
This is just
and
what
nobody
he does.
gets to him.
I mean, he gets in the box. He makes excellent runs in the box. He finds space and
that's spot on.
Yeah.
But if you know you're playing against a guy like Wanda who's very opportunistic, right? He's the guy who crashes the box. You have a Miracle, he's going to do all the dirty work, a lot of the dirty work. You have to make sure you have a body in front of him, a body behind him.
Like
you
an
had
arm
enough
on
numbers,
him, right?
Yeah, you had enough numbers in there to have somebody locking him down, somebody to be able to cover in front of him for that close ball, and they just.
But how many people have said that over the years, right? He
Yeah,
scored
it's
the
like the
most
story of his
goals
life,
in MLS
right?
over the last
sneaky like
anybody
that.
over the last years, and he only needs one chance. That's the thing that I think separates him from a lot of players. Some players may take 3-4 chances, finish one. We watched the Red Bull match today, but he's a type of guy. If he gets 3 chances, he's probably going to score 2 of them.
Again, and if I'm Pablo Mastroeni, I'm thinking this is exactly what I said not to do in the pregame talk. In our tactical meeting, I said don't let him free. It wasn't like he created it out of nothing. The ball found his head, and that's what Wando's always done. He's not the guy who hits it from 30 yards out and into the top corner. He's opportunistic. He needs only his one chance, and he's done that. But I'm sure that was talked about before the match.
Well, forget before the match. They just came out of halftime.
From halftime.
So they just had that conversation,
Just now.
and now they're
All 4 defenders were in the box.
Maybe he forgot to remind them about Wando at halftime.
Kalen, though, you played for Dominic
We
Kinnear.
don't know.
San Jose now has him in their second year with him back. What is a conversation with Dom like at halftime? I mean, I got to imagine he had a lot to do with getting them fired up and getting them to come out here and do that.
Yeah, I mean, Dom always makes a last reminder to start well.
Yeah.
I think that's a big point of emphasis for him. Beginning of games, late in games, you've seen his teams throughout the years being really successful late in games. Part of that was also due to the Houston Heat, I think, but it also comes down to the mentality. We train that way day in, day out as far as finishing training properly. So he's got these guys with that same. This team reminds me a lot of some of the Houston teams I played.
We're going to continue to watch this game, but I did tease that John Strong and Alexi Lawless were going to talk about the Seattle Sporting Kansas City game. So why don't we listen to Alexi and John get us ready for their game later tonight on FS1 while we watch this game as well. We can do that on this show.
Well, the sun is out here as the Sounders go through their final practice before the season begins tomorrow against Sporting KC, and Alexi Obafemi Martins is gone. Jordan Morris is here. What do we expect to see from the Sounders attack?
Well, I think the reason why you watch this game is one reason. Clint Dempsey. Clint Dempsey is back. We've seen him in those last 2 games in CONCACAF Champions League. Even though the results didn't go well for Seattle, Clint Dempsey was in form, scoring goals, healthy, happy. That is a good thing if you're a Seattle Sounders fan. As far as Jordan Morris, I'm interested to see how much of the play he gets, how much he gets on the ball with this new 4-3-3 formation. He is this wonder kid. He is this young player that a lot of people are expecting big things from, including the Seattle faithful. It's going to be fun to watch how he and Clint Dempsey hook up going forward this year.
2 straight years now, Sporting KC have run out of gas down the stretch of the season, gone out of the knockout round. What are they hoping to do for this year?
Well, I think that they want to get back to the promised land. I think they want to get back into the running of an MLS Cup with the departure of Christian Nemeth and Dom Dwyer, who his goal production tailed off last year. He's got to get back to scoring consistently and leading that team. We know what Benny Feilhaber is all about and how great a year he had last year. He's got to continue on through this year, and that sporting fit type of mentality has to lead Peter Vermes and his troops to a successful season, and from their perspective, successful is getting to MLS Cups.
We'll see you 7 p.m. Eastern on FS1. Our season openers, the Seattle Sounders host Sporting KC.
It's John Strong and Alexi Lawless. They've got the call for that game at 7 p.m. Eastern on FS1. And we're also watching San Jose and Colorado right now. A 1-0 lead for San Jose, and Chris Wondolowski's goal almost immediately off the kickoff for second half. We've got a 1-1 game also going on in Houston at the moment. And a 1-0 game in Dallas as well, as FC Dallas leads the Philadelphia Union. So a few games going on here, 6 games in all today, 1 already in the books.
You guys were talking earlier.
We got 3 in the books. I forgot about the 2 o'clock starts, yep.
You guys were talking about Fabian Castillo early and the possibility of him leaving.
Yeah.
The FC Dallas and MLS.
Wait, my Dynamo, we just got a goal.
They just scored.
Yeah, Houston
Banger.
There you go. Just when you go in one way.
I know.
Something happens the other way.
Love it. This is a guy, Andrew Wenger, I think is a good pickup for them this offseason. He's got some speed and athleticism and strength that I think the team needs, especially on the flanks. And he knows his way around the goal too. Nice finish, great for him, especially as a new player. when you come to a new team, you're in your first match. To get on the score sheet early is a great way to introduce yourself.
Sort of a change of scenery type of day for Houston Dynamo with Maidana and Wenger, right? Coming from Philly.
Yeah, they both had a great start to their Dynamo career.
Oh, I was just wondering, I mean, there's so much expectation for Andrew Wenger. Is a new start for him exactly what he needs, and this goal right here? How much of a difference does that make for him, Kalen?
Yeah, anytime you move teams, you want to introduce yourself well, whether that's in the locker room and training. He's had a good preseason from everything I've heard, and I think he gives this team something a little bit different. Now, the unsung part here, though, is Ricardo Clark, right? He had one of the best seasons last year of his career. Not a lot of people are talking about him. I don't know how he has managed to keep his form and be as consistent as he can, but getting into the attack, he can thread that final little through ball there. He's known for his range and defensive work, but he's scored some goals and done some great stuff in the attack as well.
And I was just seeing that replay from the Wenger goal. New England was coming out with the ball from their own half, and he recovered the ball in the first place and then put the ball out wide and ended up, of course, scoring the goal. So credit to him because he recovers the ball and then gets into a position that facilitates him scoring the goal, which is, you know, it's like you were mentioning. It's very well to see for a player that's revamping his career right now.
Yeah.
Is that normal for a player in his first game with a new team to actually, like, do you have a little bit of extra? You want to prove, like, you want to show the fans, especially playing at home, like this, like, hey, this is who I am and what I can do?
Well, absolutely. I mean, Owen Coyle had spoke about why he brought Wenger in, and that was because of his pace on the wing to get behind defenses.
And how about by the way, how about New England? How about New England retaking the lead? It's Charlie Davies. Sorry, again, once we start talking about one thing, another thing happens. I guess that's the beauty of this day.
It's been a great day.
Oh,
what's our goal
that's
count?
for Charlie's twins on the way, right?
That's the upside, though, is having. We want to be distracted by goals all day. It could be 0-0, and we can just be talking about.
That's a great point. That is a great point. But
he's having twins, so he needed his teammates to come help hold all this.
He's going to need a lot of teammates with twins.
I think Charlie could have a big season. I think he's fit, he's healthy. Look, this is a nice little run here. He opens up, just takes a couple steps wide earlier in that play to give himself a little bit of a better angle. And then just calm, look, misses the first one, sticks with it. That shows some good composure there.
Yeah, that's been a theme that I've seen a lot of today is defense is not really being on the same page. Not a lot of communication. Guys are getting behind the back lines a little bit too easy, in my opinion. There needs to be better structure, more communication, better cover. So that, I mean, these guys are high up the field and they're just sneaking off on breakaways that, you know.
We got ourselves a 2-2 game now in Houston. Let's get you back to San Jose because we've got more action between the Earthquakes and the Rapids.
To counter your point, though, Heath, we have seen some really creative runs, but I agree with you in terms of the defense. You got to get it together.
Absolutely. It's no knock on, you know, there have been some really dynamic runs and some really creative runs, and those are always difficult to defend, but I feel like too many teams are playing a high line and just relying on the refs to make decisions for them.
Yeah.
And a guy with good timing, and as you see, the quality is getting better and better. Strikers are getting better and better with their timing and their runs. And that's tough to defend against.
A huge opportunity for Colorado to equalize. Gashi with some great service there, but unable to finish the Rapids.
And most of the teams that have new defenders on the roster, I think the only team that has succeeded today is Toronto. Pretty much they've been the only team that, you know, were able to hold the other team back. And
yeah, and can we be fair? That was more New York missing their chances.
That's true.
Than anything else. Grella had some
Toronto
great opportunities.
They won the game, but they got outplayed by the Red Bulls.
But if I'm Greg Vanney, I'm leaving that saying,
no, you don't
I played my job. Tactically, we were good. We snuck out. The ball bounced our way. We've taken 3 points on the first.
No, I'm Greg Vanney. I just say scoreboard. I have no idea what happened. Yeah. And we won 2-0.
That's what counts.
We won 3 points, right?
Yeah. That's a tough place to play. Going in there and coming out with 1 point would have been a great accomplishment. To go away with 3, I'm sure they're buzzing.
Well, they probably would have been happy to come away with a point. That's the other thing. Like when it was scoreless and they sort of dodged a few bullets.
Yeah.
You know.
That's the difference Jovinko's going to make for your team, though. I mean, he just needs to get out. He got out in that left flank one time, blitzing a dangerous ball, and they drew a penalty. So that's having a designated player. Obviously, he is the model of what you want to do in the league, and you know they can turn literally 0 points or 1 point to 3 points just like that.
By the way, he's the captain of my fantasy team. So.
Might as well.
Might as well. Wow. What do you know? Lots of creativity.
How about that?
Yeah, lots of great.
All right, Kevin. What do the fantasy standings look like right now?
Of these standings,
Oh.
because the ultralight beams have fallen. Tight race up at top, though, between Kalen and Russ. I don't want to mess up the team chemistry of what we have going on here, but I'm about 5 minutes from launching match-fixing allegations at all of them. This is fixed. This is fixed.
I agree with you, because how am I sitting at number 7 right now? That's just crap.
Keith, did you have to get clearance for your team name on
There's something strange about this, but you got to give Kalen his props for being at the top of the table for right now.
What did you do?
Kaylee, who's doing the
Did you make
damage
some
for you
phone
today?
calls?
Do you even know who's on your team, Kalen?
I had the makeup lady help me out.
Let's say, we can check out.
She helped you out
check
a
out
lot.
Kalen's squad.
I saw what you looked like when you walked in here this morning.
All I know is that Kalen.
What's going on, man? Just because I'm winning by 1
a lot
point?
of advice from a team of people he brought on board to help, push himself in the right direction to win this fantasy day. So
Yeah, we can see
I
what
actually
Kalen's
used the
working
same
with here.
people,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they gave me a
Let's-
different squad. So.
I'd like to see the math on this, though. I don't think that this really adds up to the correct point total.
Yep.
There's like some FIFA math involved in this.
That's a good
There's like a
spot.
little bit of
Good-looking
Qatari
spot.
money exchanging hands.
Oh, you had Laren, though, as your captain.
My boy, yeah.
Yeah, Laren, Bradley Wright Phillips, and Javinko on the same team. You afforded that? Come on, man.
How much money did you
Yeah, no. Well, it was Tam. That was Tam. He got there was Tam
You
involved.
brought down some of these salaries?
Yeah, listen, I work for the league now, I can pull strings.
All right, hey, look, we got a 1-goal game right now in Dallas with FC Dallas up, but Philly's got a free kick coming in a very dangerous spot at the top of the box. So let's go there as Oscar Pereja looks on as his team tries to hold on to a 1-0 lead.
They don't have Maidana anymore. We'll see who takes it.
Who would you have taken?
Nogueira, maybe? I don't know if he's there in front of the ball. Seems like Isinho's going to take it, right?
All right, here we go.
Oh.
Just blows it over
So you
everyone.
say you don't have Maidana anymore, right? The guy who can give you a little bit of that. He had 15 assists last year. Why do you let him go?
Yep, that's a great question.
What's the reason behind it?
I don't really understand it. He's a player who made a difference for Philadelphia Union, even though they didn't make the playoffs, but
Yeah, but how
their
much?
best player.
Here's the, he was their best assist man, right?
Yeah.
But they didn't win a whole lot of games. And if they're trying to change the way they play, maybe you actually need to get rid of a play. It's kind of like the Harry Shipp principle in Chicago. Like one of your best players, but if that's not the way you want to play moving forward, then you have to move on from that player.
I would agree
Right?
with that.
Could that be it?
Yeah, you have to identify the guys that you want that can fit the system, but at the same time, you want guys that have that natural ability to set plays up. And set pieces alone, you're never going to deviate from that too much. A guy who can put in a free kick, a guy who can whip in a good corner kick. You want those guys. Obviously, they made the decision for whatever they made, and you make a good point with that.
Thank you.
And at the same time, I'm not a coach, but I would have rather gotten a goal scorer to help me out with all the services that Maidana has provided. Just like Drogba in Montreal, Piatti had tremendous amount of plays of attacking plays before Drogba came in, and nobody was able to finish them. Now he comes in, and all of a sudden, it's one of the teams that scored the most amount of goals in the last half of the season.
And we're seeing Albert come in from the Netherlands for Philly. That's one of the expected Ernie Stewart, you would think that's where it came from.
I think he's going to end up spending a lot of time playing that number 10 role, and we'll see Ilsinho getting a lot of time there. I'm not the biggest fan of Maidana because I think that he doesn't want the ball in the toughest spots on the field. He shies away from challenges in a way that the great number 10s in this league don't. Javi Morales gets hammered all the time. He takes it for the team. He doesn't play any defense. And the other thing is, he creates a lot of chances, but he doesn't create a ton of the big chances, like the one we saw Mauro Diaz give to Fabian Castillo today. He's more of a get on the ball, drift out wide, and whip in across. Now, there is something to that, especially when you have guys like Will Bruin and Andrew Wenger, both of whom could have big ears. But I don't think he's a high percentage player. and I think he forces you to play a certain way. And there's a reason he's been on like 10 teams in 10 years. Teams just end up saying, you know what, we can't climb to the top if this is how we're going to play.
I think what you're saying, you have to be, if you're going to be a number 10 and not work defensively, you have to be really good.
Yeah.
Like you have to be
Pive.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll give Giovinco some freedom to maybe not come back defensively because he's producing going forward, and maybe Maidana's not quite at that tier.
Yep. And I mean, to be fair, he got the goal today, but I think that's his second run of play goal in 3 years. Can you think of another number 10 in this league? I mean, look at what Lee Win did, you know, when put into that position. So he has the skill. I don't know if he has the mentality.
He's got some weapons in front of him, though. Because now he's got Giles, he's got Will, he's got Andrew Wenger now. So he's going to have full opportunity to be able to feed these guys and really rack up some assists.
What I'm wondering is next game, do they sit Cubo Torres on the bench with a for sale sign around his neck? Because he does not fit into that team at all. At all.
And Mauro Manotas is a player that Owen Coyle likes very much. And
he's a young guy, yeah.
He's a very young guy, and he's very into him. He really likes the way he plays. He wants to give him a lot of minutes. I could totally see Manotas before Cubo Torres even.
Hey guys, in a couple minutes we're going to be on ESPN. We got the MLS Cup rematch between Portland Timbers and Columbus Crew SC. A short time ago, Jillian Sakovits caught up with Ethan Finley, so let's check in on that conversation.
Ethan, this is a group that brought back all 11 of your MLS Cup starters. How key is that going to be as you guys embark on this new season?
I think the familiarity with the group is going to be extremely important. Obviously, the continuity, from last year, we can continue to keep that rolling. Will be important to start the season off well, and then as we get into the meat of the season.
An MLS Cup rematch, but here in Portland, what can we expect?
I think it'll be very similar to the game that we played 3 months ago to the day. It's a game that's going to be back and forth, a lot of action. The Timbers are great in transition. We have to be able to control the tempo of the game, and hopefully this one goes in our favor.
Thanks, Ethan.
All right, coverage starting shortly on ESPN. We'll stay with these games as long as we can. Here on MLSsoccer.com, a one-goal game between FC Dallas and Philadelphia Union right now as they play in the 64th minute. And we have a 2-2 game in Houston between the Dynamo and New England Revolution. Good stuff as we're coming down the stretch in a one-goal game in San Jose. On the Wando goal. I thought you said Wonder goal, and then I realized kind of was. Kind of was. Wonder, with 2 W's.
On top of 2 defenders and great header.
I captained Wando, by the way, but it is not helping me in the.
Well, it's helping you, just not enough.
Not enough. Yeah.
Well, I had Darwin Serena, and he got a red card, so that's probably why.
That pretty much ended your day. That was
points?
it.
I would assume.
What's that?
Negative points, red card?
Yeah, you should lose points for a red card.
They deduct
you got
points
to.
from you.
I mean, that's one of the first things we talked about today was who got the most red cards in league history.
Yeah. We need our real fantasy experts like Ben Bear and Jason Sagini and Andrew Wiebe to weigh in on this one. Go find those guys on Twitter. I'm sure they can give you the complete lowdown.
No, I'm going to get their entourage that help these guys. Kalen and Heath. The whole team just helped them out a little bit. Oh, what a strike.
Yeah, he had the whole video team around him. Yeah.
Both,
it's nice
Kalen and Heath.
It's nice to have an entourage.
Of the standings.
But by the way, they only do that with the former players.
That's true. That's true.
I was trying to set it up, and people were walking away from me.
Yeah. Hopefully I don't have to split my winnings with them. We'll see.
All right, so Dopshi's day is done in his debut. He's been subbed out. We got more subs going on in Houston as well. DeMarcus Beasley looks like he's waiting to come in.
No, he's taking a throw.
Oh, he's throwing it. What am I saying? Yep.
Rocha is a new guy from the Spanish second tier, a 30-year-old central midfielder they brought in. I mean, we'll see. Owen Coyle has said he wants to have a more skillful team, and this guy seems to have the resume for it. But you remember a couple of years ago, we had a bunch of guys coming in from Spain. None of them really stuck. None of them really did all that well. And you just wonder if there's a cultural barrier.
I think that the first one that actually performed up to expectations is David Villa.
Yeah.
from Spain, the only one.
And obviously,
so
he is a cut or 7 above.
I mean, yes. He is David Villa, so it's.
Yeah.
The Rapids just can't get it in.
Some last-ditch goaltending and defending from San Jose to keep that 1-0 lead right now.
David Bingham, I think, is a guy who's really emerged. Obviously, last year was his first year.
Is that Cal Bear homerism?
Yeah,
right
admittedly, yes, I will admit he's a buddy of mine, but he's also
There
a
it is. I appreciate that. Bringing that to surface.
Hey, if you can't give a big up to your buddy, I don't know what you can do. But yeah, he has got some time with the national team now, and
We got 2 balls on the field in San Jose, by the way. That's
Dom
illegal.
is not.
That is officially against the rules.
I think Dom prefers generally like experienced goalkeepers, but he's really. I think he's given David the keys. And
I
really,
thought he was impressive last year. I really thought, and he did, in terms of controlling his box, he did a lot better than I expected, especially from a young keeper. And that's a good sign because the best saves are the ones you don't have to make. And I think he seems to do that and get that in a way that not many guys in his cohort do.
He's consistent as well.
Yeah.
I remember Tyler Derrick last year. He started out very good and he made amazing saves, but even in the same games, he would make mistakes that would lead to goals from the opposition.
I'm interested to see what happened there today because he wasn't on the bench.
Yeah.
We'd have to find that out on Twitter.
Shea Salinas looked like a handball.
I think that's correct. Shea Salinas certainly seemed to believe so. And this is just classic Quake soccer. Yeah. Get the guys up the flanks, whipping some crosses, be physical in the box. Yeah.
That's one thing that I've always respected about Dom Kinnear's philosophy is, I remember multiple times going down to Houston and just hating it for 90 minutes, just hating it because they're hard to play against. At no point did they try to fool you like we're going to change our game up and play something attractive or try to build up. It was just,
Was that back when they were making the field?
Not to say.
I mean, honestly,
say
he
it
would throw
wasn't
like a
fun
bunch of scrubs on the field and just say,
so
"Go run."
I have to step up here because our team in 2012 really kept the ball. We were like one of the highest.
Led the league in possession.
Yeah, led the league.
in
We're
chance
talking
creation.
about 1 year right now, by the way.
That's true.
But look at the pieces. It was Boniek Garcia, Brad Davis. These guys keep the ball. They know how to play. So I think Dom does get an unfair rap saying that his teams don't play because he doesn't play. But at the same time, I would much rather be on a team that wins and makes it difficult and have people like you say, I don't want to play against them, than to be a team that maybe plays the right way or plays a nice brand of soccer and loses.
Oh, I agree. The effectiveness of that is what I really like. It's not the most entertaining in terms of the ooh-ahs, but it's effective. It's hard to play against. And every game, teams come in there, even home and away, and they just say, man.
Isn't that similar to kind of what DC United is at this point, like where it doesn't get a lot of love from media, but maybe players will respect how they play? Kalen?
I think so. DC is a team that I like. I don't know if everybody else likes them. I like DC. I think they've got a good mix of that young and old. I think Steve Birnbaum, another Cal guy I'll stump for, is another guy emerging with the U.S. national team as well. But you see that partnership with him and Bobby Boswell. I think those two, as far as Bobby being a vocal leader who can help direct, and then Bernie being able to go out and really put out fires and use his athleticism. That's a good team.
Yeah, they're playing later tonight. That's the nightcap, if you will, 10 p.m. Eastern on Unimas. Yeah, Unimas against LA Galaxy. And Wando nearly gave San Jose a 2-0 lead. I just want to turn back the clock a little bit to earlier today. We had a really exciting game down in Orlando, packed stadium at the Citrus Bowl. And it was RSL down a man who got on the board first, João Plata, with the penalty, and then João Plata made it 2-0, and it looked like, for all the world, guys, that this was not going to end well for Orlando. And people were talking about hot seat already for Adrian Heath, and then out of nowhere, look what happens.
In 1 minute.
To go down a man, then go up 2-0, and then find a way, because that's really what they did. They found a way to lose points.
Yeah, Kyle Aaron found a way to score 1 goal and found a way to create the other 30 seconds apart at the end of the game.
There were some questions, and there still are, to be fair, about Kyle Larin. continuing this into his second year. Because we've seen guys have one great year and then sort of fizzle out. Speaking in terms of analytics, he killed the expected goals model last year. Advanced analytics can use formulas to measure the types of shots guys are getting and how many goals they should have. Larin destroyed it last year, and usually that's not sustainable year after year. However, I think he will actually sustain his high-scoring ways and outperform the analytic models because he has a really quick shot. Usually we see bigger guys like Kai Kamara, Fernando Audi, CJ Sapong. They take forever to get their shot off. Kyle Larin doesn't. I think the goal he had last year against DC United is a great example of that. Boom, it was off his foot. But we also saw today, he just is the complete package in terms of touch on the ball, in terms of awareness and making runs and strength and size. He could get 20 goals this season.
Yeah, he doesn't wait. If he has the opportunity to score on a first touch, he does it like he did today.
There are a couple times I was wondering if he actually meant to do it. The goal he scored against NYCFC last year, it almost was kind of a toe poke from the top of the box.
Yeah.
And you wonder, did he mean to do that? Or today, his goal in the match was really casual in a way. It came across, he just kind of flicks it on. I think he really can score in so many different ways.
From Breck Shea at left midfield, by the way.
Yeah, there you go, right?
So
we'll see if that lasts.
But my whole point on Breck Shea, on the Orlando City topic, is that you brought him in, you've used a lot of resources to bring him in. Mm-hmm. Is that an impact position playing at left back? Do I think it's probably his best position long term? I agree with you, but as a package whole, what you're kind of eating as a team to get him. I mean,
right, but they also have a DP left midfielder in Carlos Rivas, who actually played pretty well at the end of the last season. So I would rather have Shea and Rivas out there on my left side than Luke Bowden, who's a good player but not a game changer, than Bowden and Shea or Bowden and Rivas. So I think we'll see all three combos at some points during the season.
Certainly late drama in Orlando. Another game we were curious about for a different reason earlier in the day was because of rookie head coaches, Paunovic and Vieira. And we ended up with a wild game between Chicago and NYCFC, with New York winning 4-3. Kristen Kenny caught up with one of the goal scorers for New York, Thomas McNamara, afterwards.
And New York City wins the season opener here in Chicago. Wow, it was just back and forth. 7 goals altogether. What do you attribute that to?
Yeah, it was crazy. You know, still both teams, there's a lot of changes last year for both teams coming into this year. I think it's still, a work in progress, and I think it showed a little bit today, but it was entertaining at least.
Yeah, speaking of work in progress, what stood out to you most that you can carry away from this game to the rest of the season?
I think we did well finishing our chances. 4 goals, it's a lot of goals to score in the game, so I think that's something that we can take forward with us.
You scored the first goal of the MLS season, so congratulations there. Can you take us through that beauty?
Yeah, I forget how I even got the ball, but I remember I just taking a touch and just trying to whip it back post, and it just came off really cleanly off my foot.
All right, well, congratulations. New York City wins it today.
Spoken like a man who clearly doesn't want to gloat too much after the way that game went, but we'll take the win, 4-3. There's a lot of work to be done for both those squads, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Chicago had the roughest day today just because they've got a lot of new players in the back. They gave up 4 goals, not the way you want to start the season, and lost. So, I mean, you have New York City FC on the other side. We're able to at least get 3 points, and a learning lesson with 3 points is always better than 0, right?
I think you see a little bit of the sign of what's to come from Chicago, though, and some positives is that they have an identity, or it looks like they're building one, and they want to use their speed down the flanks, be able to get balls in behind, put pressure on teams. Ultimately, you have to stop the bleeding. You have to stop the goals from coming, but I think you got a good window forward of maybe how this team could be really dynamic in the attack.
And as far as NYCFC is concerned, what were your first impressions of the Patrick Vieira beginning?
3 points on the road. That trumps anything else that there really is to say. Look, I like that group of young players that they have, and it's nice to see them start out so well. If they keep going well and Frank Lampard comes back, do you put one of them on the bench? That's tough. And what happens when they play a better team than Chicago in that midfield, because I still don't think McNamara, Mix, and Pirlo can defend. I can't. I mean, can you imagine what Mauro Diaz would have done with that space today? That's worrisome, but you can worry about that tomorrow.
Good start for Mix, though. Nice to see him get off the mark, especially with a really nice strike. Yes, I know he scored in the opener last year as well, but we'll be able to see. Hopefully, this is his second year in the league. Like Jason Kreis mentioned earlier, it takes time for every player, no matter where you come from, no matter what country you're from, to be able to transition. So hopefully this can be a good springboard for him.
And he is playing in his more natural position in this lineup. So, I mean, we'll see. I think they're going to be fun to watch. I think they're going to score a lot of goals. I also think they're going to keep giving up a lot of goals, too.
By the way, Marco Papa coming onto the field for the first time as a member of the Colorado Rapids right now. And Colorado's down 1-0 in San Jose, so we'll keep our eye on that. And, let's go over to that game for a second. Marco Papa wearing the number 10 for Colorado, onto the field now for the first time on his new club.
I played with Marco in Chicago. Super talented guy, so technical. He's going to have a lot more responsibility, though. In Seattle, he was able to kind of play a role on the team. I think in Colorado, obviously he's come off the bench here, but I think as time progresses, he's going to be a central figure for them and a guy who's going to need to really shepherd this attack forward.
What do you see with Papa before he left the league, came back? He was, like you said, he was really, really good. He was able to put strikers in great positions. He was able to really have that final killer pass. And I think he's lacked that a little bit since he's been back. But it's nice to see him in a new team and a new system, and hopefully that'll play to his style, and he'll really be able to take over games.
You saw the problem with Marco Papa right there. Is they had a little momentum and they were going, and he got on the ball, and then he stopped. And to me, he's a momentum killer. And I don't think he really wears that number 10. He's not that type of player.
All right, guys, hang with us because we got action going on. A 2-2 game in Houston between the Dynamo and New England Revolution. And moments ago, well, it ain't 2-2 anymore. It's the Houston Dynamo are going to take the lead here. A nice dummy. Yeah.
Great dummy.
Well, what's nice from Giles Barnes there is that he doesn't try to smash it. He doesn't try to. He picks his corner, gets a clean piece of it, connects with it, doesn't try to really pound it.
Yeah.
Keeper's wrong-footed, doesn't get to set his feet.
By the way, second assist of the day for Will Bruin.
Well, Boniek Garcia should get an assist for that, for that dummy.
Absolutely.
You don't get a dummy. You don't get an assist for that, but it freezes the goalkeeper for a second, just long enough for that first-time finish to be possible.
With the way you're advocating for him, I assume he's on your fantasy team.
He was my old locker mate, so, I have to...
Or a Cal guy.
Or a Cal guy.
It's true, though. He should get an assist for that.
Yeah, he totally should.
Absolutely.
Look at that. Just runs right over it, freezes the defenders. Goalkeeper has no idea it's coming.
All right, so we got a goal there for the lead for Houston. How about moments ago in Dallas? Because we got action there, too. And here it is. FC Dallas looking to double their lead, and that they will do.
Well, Diaz involved again. Yeah. And it was Diaz closing down defensively with Arudi on Fabinho. And I think Arudi is going to score about 18 more goals that look exactly like that one.
You sort of have somebody else that does the dirty work, and he finds the space afterwards. Is that
Dallas is just so dynamic. They have so many creative players. They have so much speed. It's really hard to pick and choose a way you want to defend them for 90 minutes. And as you can see there, it's just...
They really ran over Seattle in the playoffs last year. Their speed, youth, and athleticism really causes problems. You see there, Arudi, give him credit, because the first pass doesn't come to him, and he sticks with it, applies some pressure. You think that's maybe a play that's going to turn into nothing. He ends up, being able to get on to the end of it.
Who's going to be Dallas's chief rival? I know a lot of you guys think Dallas to be the favorite in the West. Who can give Dallas the most problems when it comes down to, say, a playoff series that's 2 games?
Portland beat them in the playoff series last year.
Okay, but right now, because you guys, at least correct me if I'm wrong, All of you guys are putting Dallas ahead of Portland at the start of this season in the West.
Well, I think it's more over the course of a season because I think Dallas has a little more depth, so they'll be able to weather storms a little bit better. But in the playoffs, Portland's the champs for a reason.
Okay.
In a two-legged series, they're brutal.
All right, so what is it about Dallas game in and game out then? If you were coaching against them, that would worry you the most, Jason?
Well, I think you're right away worried about their athleticism. You're right away worried about how good they are on the break. You know that any time you lose the ball, you could be looking at a goal-scoring chance against you, happening very, very quickly. So for me, it's a question of how good you can be in possession and how much you can dominate a game against them and really, really take care of the ball and really create your own solid goal-scoring chances. Because if you don't do well enough with the ball, you're going to be picking it out of the back of your net pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think with Dallas especially, you have to force them to defend. You have to force them to be honest. You have to force guys like Diaz to have to drop back deeper and deeper to help the team. If you can keep possession, like Jason said, you start to take them out of their rhythm. You start to take them out of their game plan, and you force them to have to stop. You start punishing the risks that they're taking by leaving a few guys forward and always being ready to counterattack.
All right, and just so you know, a kickoff coming up soon in Portland. Timbers and Columbus Crew SC, and a short time ago, Julian Sakovits caught up with the striker, Fernando Audi.
Fernando, you guys now for the first time, you and your teammates taking the field here in Portland as champions. How's it going to feel?
Yeah, it's going to be something huge, Today is going to be a big day for us, and of course, we have to go out there to show what we're made of, how we became the champions of the MLS, and today is going to be massive, and I think we're confident enough to go into a game and try to do the best thing we try to do and try to win.
Going out there against Columbus, last time you guys met it was the Cup, now it's a Cup rematch to start the season. How are you guys going to approach this game?
It's a big one. Of course, Columbus got really great players, individual players, and they're a great team. They like to play, and of course we like to play, so it's going to be an intense and very interesting game to watch. But we are hoping to do our best and try to win.
Before the game, there's going to be the banner ceremony, the Timbers Army singing the national anthem, all the things going on, all the pageantry here in Portland. What are your emotions going to be?
Yeah, this is huge. Everyone is going to. I can explain the feeling, but I know it's just going to be extremely amazing. This will take us into the game to bring more motivation to us as a team and to the fans. So our 12th man just have to be there for us. And we have to just be on the pitch and try to win.
Thanks, Fernando.
Thank you.
All right, back to the games, and all sorts of pressure being put on by Colorado in San Jose against the Earthquakes. And you guys are talking about Bingham. How do you like them apples?
Yeah, terrific save, and another player involved in the January camp that really, really impressed me. Jurgen gave him the start in the second match, and he handled himself really, really well in that game. Looked like an extremely confident and deserving goalkeeper.
And the guy who took the shot was at that camp as well, right? Eric Miller?
Yeah, he was. He certainly was. Outside back from Montreal, just got traded to Colorado. And another young, exciting prospect.
Colorado took a lot of heat this offseason, and to be fair, they made some questionable moves and took forever to do them. But they ended up with a younger, better team than they had this time last year.
Yeah, they're pushing hard right now for an equalizer. Really, they're going at San Jose right now.
They have some guys like Marlon Hairston on the right side. I know he's still learning the position, but I think he has a lot of upside. It'll be interesting to see what happens in mid-April when Mr. Jones arrives to help in that midfield.
Yeah, I was actually Eric Miller's, to get back to Eric, he was a guy that I was really, really impressed with in Montreal. Obviously, he played behind Hassoun Kamara most of the year. He suffered some injuries. He had some quad issues. But he was a guy that was very, very honest defensively first, and a guy who could get forward as well that had a lot of potential. So I'm hoping that we'll see him round out into more of a complete player and keep knocking on the national team door.
And Colorado just keeps coming up with chances, and you got to think at some point one of these might go through. San Jose is playing with a bit of fire right now. The field is tilted in Colorado's direction.
Just couldn't quite get on top of that one.
I think it's a big question mark for every team coming into the first few games of the season is what's your match fitness going to look like, and when that fitness starts to suffer, lack of focus happens, as we saw in the RSL game, giving up 2 goals after the 90th minute, and as we could see in this game, with San Jose now suffering quite a few chances, there could be a Colorado goal here in the next few.
That's a good point. You know, and it sort of eluded me at the time too. Not only was it the end of the game in Orlando, but both teams were playing with 10. So everybody was doing a little bit more running too.
Yeah, good point.
And then it all happened in one moment. And Kyle Aaron, you know, you get a guy who, as Matt said, gets rid of the ball quickly.
The energy of the day also adds up. You know, you're looking forward to this day. You're not quite have your legs underneath you. You can play preseason matches like we talked about. But yeah, I think at the end of these matches, you're starting to see some of the fitness go.
Yeah, I feel like you almost never feel, by the time the game starts on your first match of the season, you've almost burned a little bit of energy and anticipation.
Yeah, like emotional energy.
Yeah,
right?
and turnovers, things like that, you sometimes try to do a little bit too much instead of being able to settle more. So you play more on just an emotion.
That was a very nice little sequence right there from San Jose, the pinging little short balls around, switching the field, making Colorado defend a little deep, and I think taking some of the sting out of it, because Colorado's, you know, with Papa in there and with Miller overlapping, they've cut through that defense a couple of times, and Bingham's had to make a couple of nice plays. So.
All right, so we've got about 5 minutes left in 3 games. The last 3 games we're going to be with you here on MLSsoccer.com. Soccer Sunday, Week 1 live here, and these are the 3. We have a 1-goal game in San Jose. Marco Papa just had a huge chance for Colorado.
That's
off the post, yeah. Oh, he wants that bad. Yeah, that wasn't even. I don't even know if Papa's the one that got that. I think that was
it first, and then it went off of maybe Goodson.
Yeah. A 2-goal game in Dallas. FC Dallas up 2-0 on Philadelphia Union. And Houston Dynamo clinging to a late 3-2 lead, and New England's pushing for an equalizer here in the 87th minute.
Hold on, boys.
Yeah, hold on to all of it. You know. Yeah, you know, first day, first look at teams. Who surpassed your expectations from what you saw today? Who looked better than you thought they'd look?
Houston.
There you go.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Houston, to me, I think was surprising. Obviously, Owen Coyle spoke to the difficulties of signing players, of how the league works. It's a difficult league, much more difficult than he expected. And to have somebody admit that and still be able to, well, hopefully, they'll hold on here. But they've been impressive. They've been dangerous on the attack. You've seen both Wenger and Maidana contributing in their opening matches, which shows that they're, at least for now, good signings.
And by the way, I'd break away from that programming to just mention what happened in Dallas just now. I mean, Castillo just blew a shot wide, but that's not the story. The story is Castillo is on the ground in all sorts of pain, apparently.
Never a good sign when it's non-contact.
You hope it's a muscle injury, not ligament.
Yeah,
and Houston just missed a huge chance to go up 4-2 in the 89th minute. And there's Andrew Wenger, and that's maybe why he's played for multiple teams.
Well, you see his speed there, getting behind. He's able to stretch. I think that's what he's going to bring. You know, Will is much more of like a point man. He can move and get him behind a bit, but I think Giles likes the ball at his feet a bit more. I think Andrew Wenger is a guy who can really stretch the field, which is something they haven't had in a while.
He can run.
I think it's cool to see Wenger there is just his response to missing that chance, right? A lot of guys you'll see that don't have that defensive mentality will lean over or walk or whatever, but he knows they're in a good position now. He turns around after knowing he misses that chance and gets back into good position defensively to help close out the game.
All right, so right now we got 3 minutes of stoppage time in Dallas. FC Dallas up 2-0 on Philadelphia. Closing in on the 90-minute mark in Houston. They're in the 90th minute. 4 minutes of stoppage time in San Jose with 2 minutes or 2+ into that right now. And San Jose is trying to eat this clock up And there is a tussle going on at the corner flag.
And I think they were just signaling for the stretcher for Fabian Castillo, which is obviously going to be a huge story over the next week.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many layers to that too, huh?
I mean, you hope that it's muscular, right?
Yep.
That's what you hope. It's some sort of, at max, a strain and not some sort of ligament issues.
Yeah.
I'll try not to speculate on medical stuff, but yeah, that's the hope.
But I mean, ideally,
yeah.
your first thought is is non-contact, so you're assuming that there's something that's happened there.
But I'm going to say this: Philadelphia's played better than I thought, and I know it's going to be hard for their fans to hear because it's another loss to start the season. And over the last couple of years, they've started seasons so poorly. They don't want to hear about silver linings. But this team looked pretty functional today, and I think that they are going to give themselves a chance to figure it out. And of course, as I say that, they nearly give up a third goal. So. But this doesn't look good with Castillo.
No, Castillo being stretchered off actually, and unfortunately is going to end up being one of the images of this day that are going to stick around probably longer than we'd like.
Rest assured that Diego is already working the phones to try to figure out exactly what the severity is.
I think the big surprise, or not surprise, but the biggest statement was Toronto going to Red Bull Arena and beating the Supporter Shield winners. Huge for them. I know Jason had picked them as a team to watch going forward. I was not quite so sure just because I haven't seen it, but I think they made a statement today.
Yeah, a statement was made for sure when you look at the score line, but I think if you look a little bit deeper at the performance, I don't think you'd be absolutely thrilled with Toronto's performance, and you'd have to say that New York Red Bull has to feel a bit hard done that they didn't get the points there.
But as a coach yourself, do you think that getting out of there with 3 points at least allows you to say, we get to next week's training, we get back, we get home, talk about this, and we move on from it without having to pay a price of
there's no doubt about it. I mean, there's one thing about winning is that it breeds a confidence in your group and it allows you to train in the right way for the next week. When you're coming home off of a disappointing loss, it's always really difficult to get the guys to train in the right way and to get themselves prepared for the next match.
And San Jose gets a win to start the season, 1-0 over Colorado. The Rapids did make a big push at the end of that game. They just weren't able to come through with the one goal scored right off the opening kick of the second half by Chris Wondolowski. Dallas and Philadelphia has just gone final. In Frisco, FC Dallas starts their season with a 2-0 win, but a big question mark as Fabian Castillo is carted off of the field on a stretcher after going down after missing wide on a shot, and we are in the final minute of stoppage time in Houston as the Dynamo lead the New England Revolution by a count of 3-2.
Desperation time. And this is what New England does. They set up in your area and they make you defend in the box for longer than anybody else in the league. Their problem is defensively, they tend to flatten out.
And there's an opportunity, and it gets bounced right back out. Oh, Lord! We have a tying goal!
Kobayashi. Jay Heap's looking like a mastermind.
That's the way. How about that? To end the day of 4 hours.
I'm just in awe of that mane of hair.
That is
my goodness.
Unreal.
Do you remember yesterday when we were talking about what happens if there's no goals being scored today? What do we talk about? And there's been...
I got to
Diego Kobayashi, by the way, with that goal. That is unreal.
You know, last year, the season started off so slowly, and I think it was a residual hangover by all the players because of the CBA negotiation. And I think not having that hanging over everybody this year, we're seeing teams that are a little more focused and a little more functional and doing stuff like this.
Great ball by Fagundes. Yeah. Incredible ball. What a great service.
Kobayashi looked like Taylor Twellman.
But again, you got two players there, right? They're not in the box to cut off an angle, and they're not pressing. Yep. So what are they doing? You know, get a guy out, put in that effort, try to make it, at least put his head down uncomfortable to whip that crossover.
What's amazing is that hair looks nothing like the hair that showed up after he scored the goal. It sat there fine, and here comes the final whistle, or waiting for it. This is Houston with one last chance, but nobody's there to close it down. And there it is. Final whistle in Houston, and it ends in a 3-3 draw. We had 2 games.
Yeah, with late heroics.
Yes.
That is heartbreaking for the Dynamo because I really did think they were the better team and they were pretty opportunistic. And as Heath was just saying, individual breakdowns right there at the end.
The first couple minutes they conceded, and then the last minute they conceded. That's never a good sign. Give them credit for coming back and fighting their way to get back in it. I do think they were the best team on the day, but at the end of the day,
isn't that soccer? Is it? Because it's fair to say that of the 6 games that we watched today, 3 of them were either won or a late draw by the team that was outplayed.
Yeah, again, I think you're seeing some signs of early days in the season. It's a last-minute goal that happens through lack of fitness and lack of focus.
Yeah, not too bad, everybody. Final thoughts on opening day here.
I mean, it was way more entertaining than I really feared that we were going to have about 5 0-0 draws. So it was way more entertaining than I guessed it was going to be. And this was a lot of fun. And we'll see who can carry this over.
All right, the MLS analyst actually gets the final thought because it's time for us to send you over to ESPN for a MLS Cup rematch between the Portland Timbers and Columbus Crew SC. For everyone here behind the scenes, in front of the camera, you had Jason Kreis and Heath Pearson, Kalen Carr, Matt Doyle, Diego Pinzon. You had Kevin Brown and Katie Witham, and Peter Walton as well from Pro, helping us through all of the referee stuff today. That was pretty cool. I'm Russ Thaler. Thanks as well to Kristen Kenny in Chicago and Jillian Sakovitz in Portland. It's been a fun day. 4 hours, 6 games, some late heroics in Orlando, and then one more time in Houston by the New England Revolution. Great day, everybody. Thanks for watching. Go to ESPN for Portland and Columbus.
MLS Soccer Sunday is back. First on ESPN, the Portland Timbers and Columbus Crew battle in a rematch of last year's MLS Cup. Then on FS1, Jordan Morris makes his professional debut with the Sounders versus Sporting KC. MLS Soccer Sunday, today on ESPN at 4:30 Eastern, then on FS1 at 7 Eastern.